Welcome back, brothers, to Amalur. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Doomsayers. Before I get to the madness, be sure to like and comment the videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
The archive had no name that any sane man was permitted to speak. It lay beneath a dead moon, whose designation had been filed, amended, sealed, rescinded, and burned from 8 separate administratum indices. The moon itself hung in the void like a blind eye, cratered and lightless, wrapped in machine prayers and orbital minefields. No shrine marked it, no pilgrim fleet crossed its shadow, no astropathic beacon sang from its cold crust. To the Chartist captains of the sector, it was a navigational absence, a patch of forbidden dark between the corpse light of distant stars. Interrogator militant Gethsemar Voss descended into that absence inside a coffin lift of black iron. The lift did not move quickly. It sank by increments, chain motors grinding above him, each downward shudder answered by the dry click of purity seals knocking against the walls. Voss stood alone with one hand resting on the pommel of his power saber and the other upon the grip of his holstered bolt pistol. The air smelled of dust, incense, old parchment, burned meat, and the faint metallic tang of recycled blood. A cherub skull hung from the ceiling on brass cables. Its eye lenses watched him without blinking. Its little wings were withered leather stretched over brass spars, twitching at each tremor of the lift. Identity, it demanded through a throat of rusted wire. Gethsemar Voss, Interrogator Militant, Ordo Hereticus Attachment, Seal Authority by writ of Inquisitor Lord Baruch Halvek. Purpose: to read what wiser men buried. The cherub skull clicked. Somewhere in its dead brain, a cogitator worried at the answer. Then it whispered a scrap of liturgy in a child's dead voice. Knowledge is sin without sanction. Sin is death without utility. Proceed. The lift stopped. The gates opened upon the archive. Voss had seen vaults beneath hive spires, where noble bloodlines locked away proof of their treason. He had walked the ossuary stacks of shrine worlds, where the bones of martyrs were catalogued by finger-length and scorch pattern. He had stood in inquisitorial oubliettes, where demons were trapped inside mirrors, and men were flensed for speaking names learned in dreams. None of them had felt like this. The chamber stretched into darkness farther than his eyes could measure. Rows of iron lecterns stood in long procession beneath guttering lumen strips. Servo skulls drifted between them like carrion insects, trailing parchment streamers and chains of red wax. Cogitator banks lined the walls, their brass faces stamped with warding sigils and warnings of sanction. Reliquary engines purred in alcoves of black stone. Picked slates sat in stasis caskets. Vox cylinders rested in lead-lined cradles. Scroll canisters hung from hooks like skinned limbs in a butcher's crypt. The silence was not empty. It pressed against the flesh. It was the silence of secrets with teeth. 2 stormtroopers waited at the threshold, both masked in rebreathers and carapace helms. Their hellguns were polished, their armor marked with the eye and skull, their stance perfect. They did not look at Voss. Men in service to the Inquisition learned early that curiosity could kill more finally than a bolter round. At the far end of the chamber, beneath a statue of the Emperor, shown not as a golden king, but as a corpse enthroned in iron, Inquisitor Lord Baruch Halvek waited. He was old in the way only powerful servants of the throne were permitted to become old. His body had been repaired too many times to look entirely human. One eye was augmetic, green and pitiless. The left side of his jaw was silver. His fingers were black lacquered bionics that clicked softly against the head of his cane. Around his shoulders hung a cloak stitched from flayed heretic skin, each strip inked with confessions and execution dates. Voss knelt. "My lord." "Rise," Halvek said. Voss rose. The Inquisitor Lord did not offer blessing. He did not ask after the voyage. He turned and walked, the ferrule of his cane striking the stone with the rhythm of a judge's hammer. You requested access to the Kargad sealed actions. I requested access to the Punisher war record, my lord. That is what the Lesser Index calls it. Voss followed. His boots echoed between the lecterns. Servo skulls parted for them. Some carried quills made from human finger bones. Others bore picked lenses or surgical tools. One had a jaw still attached, teeth chattering in prayer. The Dark Hunter's record was incomplete, Voss said. The casualty tallies contradict the Munitorum ledgers. The astropathic transcripts contain redactions without author stamp. 7 naval logs mention unidentified Adeptus Astartes vessels. Then the references vanish. Halvek stopped before a sealed reliquary cabinet. The references do not vanish. They are made to vanish. The cabinet opened at a touch of the Inquisitor's signet. Cold vapor spilled out, carrying the smell of burned vellum. Inside lay a file bound in black adamantine plates, chained shut with silver links. Each link bore a different seal: Administratum, Ministorum, Navis Imperialis, Adeptus Terra, Ordo Hereticus, Ordo Malleus, Ordo Xenos, and another mark Voss did not know, a circle enclosing an empty field. No heraldry, no chapter badge, no honor mark. Halvek placed his bionic hand upon the file. You will read this once. You will remember only what is useful. You will speak of it only under my order. Should you dream of it, you will report the dream before morning prayer. Voss looked at the file. The title had been burned into the black plate, then scraped out, then burned again by a different hand. Doomsayers, Adeptus Astartes, null heraldry, censure locked. The words felt colder than the vault air. They are censured? Voss asked. No. Renegade? No. Traitor? Halvek's augmetic eye clicked as it focused on him. No, interrogator. They are loyal. The answer should have brought relief. It did not. Halvek saw the understanding form in Voss's face and gave the faintest smile, though there was no warmth in it. That is what makes them frightening. The chains unlocked one by one. The first page was not parchment. It was skin, tanned thin and preserved beneath a lacquer of sanctified resin. Someone had written on it with iron gall ink and blood. Someone else had burned away half the words. Another hand had scraped the ash clean and written over the gaps. The page was layered with authority, denial, correction, and fear. Voss read. No confirmed founding, no confirmed gene line, no homeworld, no fortress monastery, no heraldic colours entered into the Apocrypha of Davio, no chapter badge displayed in compliant record, no chapter master identified, no recorded battle cry, no confirmed strength, no approved honour roll, no formal request for tithe exemption, no petition for reinforcement, no known shrine holdings, no known recruitment sphere, no known oath of brotherhood, no known debt of obligation. The absence grew heavier with every line. A chapter of the Adeptus Astartes could be secretive. Many were. Some were born in shadow, shaped by shame, bound to oaths predating the slow rot of imperial memory. Yet even the secretive left marks. A war plate colour on a martyr's window, a relic blade named in a crusade ledger, a strike cruiser recorded by some terrified clerk, a gene tithe moved through a Mechanicus vault, a name whispered by rescued worlds with trembling gratitude. The Doomsayers had none of that. Not ignorance, Voss thought. Erasure. He turned another page. The next sheet was a casualty ledger. It listed worlds by censure code rather than name. Hive populations reduced to ash. Penal armies expended. Pilgrim columns lost. PDF formations marked unsalvageable and removed from further consideration. Ships scuttled by friendly order. Manufactoria denied by fire. Cathedra districts sterilized. Noble houses extinguished. Ecclesiarchy complaints sealed beneath inquisitorial veto. No decoration awarded. No triumph claimed. There were picked captures attached by black staples. A bridge of corpses across a trench whose bottom could no longer be seen. a bunker interior painted red from floor to ceiling, with traitor bodies burst open against the firing slits. A child noble's toy horse, lying beside a severed adult hand, wearing 3 signet rings. Rows of Imperial Guard helmets fused into glass by lance heat. A chapel floor where cultists had been nailed face down and burned through the spine. A traitor Astartes helm split open like fruit, grey matter cooked black around the eye lenses. Voss had seen atrocity. He had ordered atrocity. He had signed forms that consigned entire habstacks to flame because a witch cult had nested beneath the drains. Still, the ledger carried a quality beyond cruelty. It was calm. No rage marked the script. No triumph, no apology, only conclusion. Halvek watched him read. "Other chapters are remembered in stained glass," the Inquisitor said. "The sons of Gilliman are carved in marble. The sons of Dawn are given fortress gates and siege hymns. The sons of Russ are cursed and praised in the same breath. Even chapters with shame enough to drown them leave legends. And these? These leave arithmetic." Voss looked down again. The next entry was a Vox transcript. The source designation had been marked unreliable. The authentication seal had been stamped valid. Both labels remained, as though the archive itself could not decide which truth it preferred. A traitor voice hissed through the text rendering. "Mercy. By the gods, mercy. Take the gene seed. Take the slaves. Take the ships. We yield. We yield. Stop them. Make them stop." A second voice answered. Low, flat, distorted by helm grill and battlefield static. "You had your life to surrender." The transcript ended with impact distortion and a wet sound that the clerk had not described. Voss felt the skin tighten along his arms. Halvek moved to the nearest reliquary engine. Its glass casing was cracked. The brass ribs around it had been repaired with wire and prayer strips. A dead astropath's skull sat within the machine, suspended in green amniotic fluid, its eye sockets packed with silver needles. Wax seals covered its brow. The machine spirit within hummed in distress as Halvek inserted a rune key. This was taken from the final seizure of astropath Kelm Aradan, attached to an evacuation choir over Phobian. The seizure killed him, 3 choir adepts, and a sanctioned savant in the adjacent chamber. It also burned the image into the engine. Prophecy, memory, warning, infection. Choose whichever word comforts you least. The machine coughed light into the air. A field of burning men appeared above the reliquary. The image trembled, green and white and black, broken by static. Flames rolled across a plain of mud and shattered masonry. Men ran without skin. Some wore scraps of imperial uniform. Others bore 8-pointed brands cut into their faces. A tank burned in the distance, its crew crawling out through molten hatches, their bodies coming apart in strings. Through the fire came 7 giants. They wore power armor without readable color. Ash had grayed the plates. Blood had blackened the joints. Their pauldrons bore no clear device, only scratches, burns, and slabs of shadow. They walked in a line, unhurried, bolters lowered but ready. They did not look at the burning men, except to shoot those who crawled too near. One carried a Crozius Arcanum, its skull head crackling with power. The weapon struck a kneeling cult priest and broke him open from shoulder to groin, ribs unfolding wetly as steam rose from the ruin. One bore a chain blade whose teeth were clogged with organs. The motor labored as he tore it free from a traitor's abdomen, dragging loops of intestine with the blade before kicking the corpse aside. One dragged a Chaos champion by the spine. The champion was still alive. His armor had been ripped apart at the back, vertebrae hooked in a power fist, helm hanging forward as his arms clawed uselessly through mud. Every movement spilled more blood from beneath his breastplate. The Doomsayer hauled him like a banner, like a trophy, like a warning to anyone who thought transhuman flesh made a man immune to judgment. The vision flickered. The giant with the crozius turned his helm toward the dead astropath's sight. For an instant, Voss felt the impossible sensation of being seen across time by lenses hidden beneath ash. The image died. The archive returned, cold and silent. Voss realized his hand had tightened around the grip of his bolt pistol. Halvek noticed. Of course he noticed. Not all loyal servants of the throne are comforting to behold, the Inquisitor said. Comfort is not required. No, but obedience is. Remember that when you reach Captain Morn. The file turned to a picked slate. The recovered footage stuttered at first, then steadied into the curved distortion of helm capture. It showed a planetary command bunker under bombardment. Dust fell from the ceiling. Red lumen strobes pulsed over sweating faces. Men in gilded uniforms crowded around a hololithic projection of a continent aflame. Priests chanted over vox units. Servitors sparked and twitched in their alcoves. Somewhere nearby, something large screamed as it died. At the center of the chamber stood Governor Sejan Cord, a fat old man armored in silk, medals, and terror. His eyes were wet. His wig had slipped. Blood ran down one cheek from a scalp wound too shallow to honor him. Facing him stood an Adeptus Astartes in unmarked armor. He was immense even for his kind, not because his plate was ornamented, for it was not. Not because he carried banners or trophies, for he carried neither. He seemed vast, because everything near him appeared already judged. His helm lenses burned a dull red behind soot. A sheathed blade hung at his hip. A bolter-rested mag locked against his thigh. His right pauldron showed only scraped ceramite where some badge might once have been. The picked identifier offered no company mark. The caption read, Captain Acastian Morn, Strike Force Command, Company Designation Unknown. Governor Cord was pleading. My Lord Astartes, the upper spires remain loyal. My bloodline has ruled under Imperial Charter for 9 generations. I have ships. I have vaults. I can fund reconstruction. I ask only extraction for my household and the untainted nobility. The lower hive can be purged after we depart. Morn did not move. Shell impact shook the bunker. Someone cried out. Dust thickened. A Vox operator began praying to the Emperor in a cracked whisper. Cord stepped closer, almost touching the Space Marine's armor. One of the governor's bodyguards made the mistake of raising a hand as if to restrain him from embarrassment. Morn's helm turned a fraction. The guard froze as if a gun barrel had entered his mouth. My lord, Cord said, voice breaking, I beg you, we are servants of terror. We are worth preserving. Morn spoke. You mistook survival for entitlement. The governor blinked. I do not understand. No. Morn drew his bolt pistol and shot the governor through the chest. The round detonated inside silk, medals, ribs, lung, and heart. Cord burst backward across the hololithic table, showering the map of his burning world with meat and pearls. His bodyguard screamed. One priest fell to his knees. The Vox operator stopped praying. Morn holstered the pistol. Command authority transfers to the highest ranking officer willing to obey evacuation denial protocols. Begin with the manufacturum districts. Any vessel launching without clearance is to be destroyed. A colonel in a soot-stained uniform stared at the governor's corpse, then at the giant in unmarked plate. My lord, there are loyal civilians in the ascent queues. Morn looked at him. There are enemy vectors in the ascent queues. The colonel swallowed. Then he saluted. As you command. The footage ended. Voss stared at the blank slate for several breaths. He executed an imperial governor during active invasion, he said. He executed a compromised command obstruction, Halvek corrected. Was the governor corrupted? Does it matter? Voss did not answer quickly enough. Halvek's cane struck the stone once. It mattered to the governor. It mattered to his household. It mattered to the scribes who later begged to soften the report. It did not matter to the Doomsayers. The evacuation lanes were compromised by cult infiltration. Noble blood had purchased places aboard ships already seeded with enemy agents. Morn killed one man and denied flight to thousands. The uprising failed to escape orbit. At what cost? Halvek gestured to the file. Read. Voss read. The Kargad system unfolded before him in layers of parchment, Pict, confession, and ash. The First Punisher War began in 825.M41, though the opening shots had been fired long before the Imperium admitted it was at war. Cults rose first in the Manufactoria, where men with lung rot and missing fingers whispered to shadows in the coolant steam. Then came prison moon riots, chapel desecrations, warp dreams shared by entire Hab districts, noble sons found with their tongues cut out, and 8 pointed stars carved into their backs. Corpse shrines appeared in drainage tunnels. Servitors murdered their handlers and arranged the bodies into obscene sigils. Astropaths screamed themselves blind. Then the ships came. The Punishers translated from the warp under a storm of black lightning. Traitor Astartes, siege butchers, oath breakers. Warriors who had once known the Emperor's light and chosen instead the laughter of thirsting gods. Their armor was a defilement of old patterns, brass-edged, blackened, scarred by scripture written in dried blood. Their helms were tusked, nailed, crowned in bone. Their mortal armies came chained to them in numbers beyond simple accounting. Cult hosts, mutant levies, slave artillery crews, penal degenerates driven mad by warp sermons, entire populations harvested from previous conquests and thrown forward with knives, auto-pistols, mining charges, and promises of ascension through slaughter. The Punishers did not merely invade, they announced damnation. They bombarded shrine cities until saints' bones rained from the sky. They opened void locks on captured pilgrim vessels and laughed over Vox as thousands spun into darkness, clutching icons. They built altars from the bodies of loyal officers. They turned Hab blocks into skinning yards. They nailed priests upside down to the barrels of artillery guns, so the first firing tore them apart in sprays of bone fragments and burning robes. World by world, Kargad drowned. The Dark Hunters answered first. Voss knew their name. Many in the Ordos did. Grim sons of the Adeptus Astartes, stubborn and wrathful, bound by honor as much as duty. They had bled for the Imperium across war zones no remembrancer would ever see. On Phobian, they were driven back toward their own fortress monastery. The files spoke of Mor's Angnar, of the Silver Spears, of bastion walls hammered by traitor guns until stone ran like wax and armored statues fell headless into the snow. The Doomsayers did not appear in the early pleas for aid. They came later, after the outer hives were gone, after the orbital yards were burning, after refugee columns had been ground beneath tank treads because there were too many bodies to move and too few roads left unbroken, after hope had become a form of treason. Voss turned page after page, and the pattern became clear. Other chapters made declarations. They entered war zones with banners unfurled, with oaths broadcast across open Vox, with strike cruisers bearing heraldry like blades. Their arrival was revelation. Their names were weapons. The Doomsayers entered like a verdict already written. No proclamation, no plea for compliance, no promise of rescue. They did not display heraldry. They did not accept surrender from traitors. They did not pause to separate guilt from proximity when the cost of hesitation exceeded the value of mercy. Their actions moved through the record like black cuts across infected flesh. Landing zones burned clean, cult corridors sealed and flooded with promethium, traitor command Vox silenced, captured loyalists written off when recovery threatened operational integrity. Enemy officers hunted with such precision that entire hordes collapsed into animal panic once their masters died. They fought as if every battle had ended before they arrived. The last file Halvek gave him was a Vox cylinder, no longer than Voss's thumb. It had been wrapped in silver wire and sealed in a reliquary tube filled with powdered bone. The label named Phobian. The authentication stamp named the Dark Hunters. The survival mark was absent. Halvek inserted it into the engine. Static filled the archive. Then came gunfire. Not the clean bark of parade ground weapons. This was war at the throat. Bolters roared through confined stone. Men screamed under falling masonry. Chain blades snarled. Something huge bellowed a blasphemous oath before the sound broke apart into wet choking. Alarm bells rang beneath the thunder of shell impacts. A vox bead clicked open, and a voice forced itself through the ruin. "This is Sergeant Maren Thule of the Dark Hunters. Mor's Angnar is breached. Repeat, the fortress monastery is breached. Outer sanctums lost. Armurium secondary burning. Apothecarians sealed by order of the Reclusium. We have fallen back to the inner shrines." The voice vanished beneath static. When it returned, it was harsher, strained by pain. "Enemy inside the Hall of Oaths. Traitor Terminators sighted. Cult masses beyond counting. We are reduced to 200 battle brothers able to bear arms. Gene Seed Vault denial charges armed. We will not yield. We will not be taken." A crash drowned him. Someone shouted a litany. Someone else screamed until a bolter silenced him, or Mercy did. Then Thule spoke again, and for the first time, fear entered the voice of an angel of death. 6 unknown strike cruisers have entered System Edge. More static. They do not answer challenge codes. The recording hissed, cracked, and died. For a long time, only the archive breathed. Voss looked down at the open file. The pages waited beneath him like graves. Halvek's voice came from beside him, dry as old bones. "Now you understand the first lesson." Voss did not look away from the blackened title plate. "The Doomsayers are real." "No," said the Inquisitor Lord. "That is the second lesson." Voss turned to him. Halvek's augmetic eye glowed in the dark. "The first is that the Imperium remembers many things it should forget, and forgets many things it cannot survive without." Above them, servo skulls drifted through the cold lumen gloom, their lenses glinting like carrion eyes. The dead moon turned in silence, and somewhere in the sealed memory of mankind, 6 nameless ships fell toward Phobian without heraldry, without mercy, and without song. In 825.M41, the Kargad system learned that damnation did not always announce itself with madness. Sometimes it came in formation. Brother Sergeant Halder Venn watched the sky split over Phobian from the firing step of Bastion Kordrath. Helm lenses darkened against the burning heavens. Bolter locked to his breastplate by mag clamp, left gauntlet resting on the parapet's cracked rockcrete. He had stood beneath orbital fire on 12 worlds. He had heard the roar of tyrant beasts, the shriek of Xeno's aircraft, the howling static of warp storms dragging men's souls out through their mouths. He had seen cities fold under lance strikes and watched regiments vanish beneath artillery without leaving enough flesh behind to fill a helmet. The sky above Phobian was worse. It opened like a wound. The first drop cathedral broke through the cloud cover as a black mass of iron, bone plating, and burning scripture. It was the size of a noble district, a descending temple built to blasphemy, its spires trailing fire as atmospheric heat peeled flakes of armor from its hull. Its bells rang as it fell, not through air, through the vox, through the teeth, through the bones of every man under the shield canopy. Around it came hundreds more, assault landers, drop hulks, coffin capsules, chain-bound cargo slabs full of mortal filth. The heavens vomited the enemy in a storm of flame and metal. Debris fell first, iron rain punching through hab towers and defense emplacements, crushing men into red stains beneath shards of voidship plating. Then came the living cargo. 250,000 Chaos cultists landed in the first wave alone. The number meant nothing until it moved. Halder saw them spilled from the drop cathedrals in black rivers, thousands at a time, packed so densely into the landing naves that the first ranks were crushed beneath the boots of those behind them. They came screaming through smoke. bodies painted with ash, blood, and scripture. Some wore mining rigs stripped into armor. Some had imperial flak plates nailed into their skin. Some came naked except for chains and devotional scars. Many were strapped with explosives, their bellies swollen around crude promethium charges, their chests wired to dead man triggers held by overseers walking behind them with barbed shock staves. Above them, the Punisher's void assets descended into low orbit, like a congregation of murder. Emperor-class battleships moved through the upper atmosphere with impossible arrogance, their cathedral hulls scabbed by corruption, their lance batteries shining like hateful suns. Renegade cruisers formed around them in attack patterns too disciplined to be pirate work. Escort vessels bled warp fire from their engines. Heavy landers dropped armored battalions into the valleys beyond the Bastion line. The ships bore trophies from a dozen ravaged systems. Imperial eagles hung upside down from their prow towers, saint statues chained beneath their guns, corpses frozen to the hull in devotional arrays. The Punishers had come to Phobian as warriors, not animals. That was the first terror. Savages could be broken, mobs could be baited, madmen could be spent against walls until the walls drank them dry. But the Punishers used madness the way loyal commanders used artillery. They aimed it, they measured it, they drove it forward beneath guns and chain whips, and the cold gaze of heretic Astartes, who had once known the Emperor's name and now spat it into the mud. The Voxnet began to fail within moments of the first landings. Bastion Kordrath to command, enemy mass at grid Helix Amber, requesting fire sanction. Shrine Battery 7 is overrun, they are inside the magazine. Emperor, save us, they are wearing the faces of the dead. Hold your line, in the Emperor's name, hold your line. Static corruption on primary Vox, recite authentication. Mother of Night, I can hear them under my skin. Silence that channel, Halder ordered. His voice cut through the local squad link with the flat iron certainty of a dark hunter. Brother Narek obeyed. The screaming ended in a burst of white noise. Below the bastion, the first cultist tide entered range. Halder raised his bolter. Mark by sections. Fire lanes overlap. No waste, no haste. 9 dark hunters rose along the parapet beside him, sable armor marked by scars, purity seals, and the cold heraldry of the chapter. They did not shout. They did not pray aloud. Their prayers had been spoken before dawn, inside the armory, beneath the gaze of the Reclusium's skulls. Now came the answer. First rank, Halder said. Kill. Bolters roared. The front of the cultist tide came apart. Mass reactive shells punched into bodies and detonated inside meat. Men burst open from sternum to spine. Heads vanished in sprays of skull shards and cooked brain. Limbs spun away. Torsos folded backward around blooming holes. The pressure of the horde drove the dead forward, even after their bodies had ceased to know command, and the living clambered over them, slipping in blood, laughing, weeping, screaming names that hurt to hear. Heavy bolters opened from the bastion flanks, sawing red channels through the mob. Autocannons hammered from PDF emplacements. Mortars burst in the massed ranks, throwing men up in ragged fans of bone and cloth. A company of Phobian guardsmen held the lower trench, laser guns firing in disciplined sheets of ruby light until the barrels smoked and their arms shook from recoil tremors. Still, the cultists came. Punisher overseers walked behind them in black iron masks, carrying shock whips and chain glaives. Those who slowed were flayed. Those who turned were shot. Those who fell were trampled until their ribs opened and their organs spread into the mud. Behind the mortal wave, warp-tainted icons were lifted on poles of bone and rebar. The icons throbbed with a fever light. Men who had been cowering in shell craters rose again with foam on their lips. Wounded cultists dragged themselves forward, with their entrails trailing behind them like devotional cords. Halder saw the pattern before the mortal officers did. They are not breaking, Brother Narek said. They are being held beyond fear, Hulda replied. "Target the icons." "Acknowledged." The squad shifted fire. The first icon bearer's upper body exploded, but the banner did not fall. 3 cultists seized it, fighting one another for the privilege, teeth buried in wrists, knives flashing. Hulda put a bolt round through the icon's central sigil. The metal screamed, not buckled, screamed. The sound drove 3 guardsmen to their knees, clawing at their helm seals as blood ran from their eyes. A Lascanan beam speared from the bastion's eastern tower and cut through the second icon. The banner and the men around it evaporated in a pillar of white heat. For a heartbeat, the tide faltered. Then the Punishers sent in the next weapon. The ground beyond the trenches rose and broke as demon engines crawled through the mud. They had once been siege walkers, perhaps Imperial, perhaps Mechanicus. Now their hulls were swollen with brass muscle and blackened iron. Chains hung from their armor, faces pushed from the metal, screaming without lungs. Their weapon limbs vomited shellfire into the bastion wall. Each impact shook dust from the parapet and cracked rockcrete beneath Hulda's boots. "Devastators," Hulda voxed. "Engine targets, leftmost first." The answer came from Brother Talon in the heavy support nest. "With honor." Lascannons fired from 3 towers at once. One demon engine lost its forward limb in a flash of molten metal. It lurched, shrieking, crushing scores of cultists beneath it. A missile struck its exposed undercarriage. The demon bound within the hull howled as the machine folded inward, spewing black oil and shredded organs from seams that should not have contained flesh. Another reached the lower trench. It tore through the guardsmen like a butcher through hanging meat. Hulda watched mortal soldiers vanish beneath claws the size of tank traps. Men were lifted, crushed, dropped in pieces. One commissar stood atop the firing step, power sword raised, shouting the creed as the engine's cannon turned toward him. The shot erased him, and 20 men behind him, in a storm of dirt, armor plates, and red mist. "Countercharge," Hulda said. The order was already being answered before he finished speaking. The bastion's gate opened below with a grinding roar, and ancient Radaman came forth. The dreadnought walked through smoke and falling ash, sarcophagus plated in black and bone, assault cannon spinning, power fist flexing. The ancient warrior within had been entombed before Hulda's first implant. He spoke rarely. When he did, the vox carried his voice like stones grinding under a glacier. "By the Emperor's will," the dreadnought rumbled, "be unmade." His assault cannon shredded the cultists around the demon engine in a hurricane of explosive rounds. Bodies disappeared into pulp. Radaman struck the engine head-on, power fist closing around its weapon limb and tearing it free in a shriek of metal. The 2 war machines collided amid the lower trench, crushing the dead and living together into the mud. The demon engine bit into his sarcophagus with a saw-toothed mandible. Radaman answered by driving his fist through its torso and ripping out the bound thing inside. For an instant, Hulda saw the demon's shape. A wet knot of eyes, hooked limbs, and burning cords, pulsing inside the engine like a second heart. Radaman crushed it. Warp fire burst across the trench, turning mud to glass and men to silhouettes. The dreadnought staggered out of the blast with armor scorched, still firing. Above the battlefield, Thunderhawks screamed through smoke to meet traitor aircraft dropping from the clouds. Hulda's helm display filled with air war runes. Loyal gunships from Mors Angnar's flight decks engaged black-winged assault craft bearing Punisher markings. Missiles crossed in spirals of flame. One Thunderhawk lost a wing and still fired its dorsal cannon as it fell, sawing a traitor lander in half before both craft vanished into the refinery district below. The explosion rolled over the horizon, lifting a mushroom of burning promethium into the sky. The sky turned black. Not night black, not storm black, promethium black. Across Kargad, the war became too vast for any one helm display to hold. Phobian's shrine valleys burned, its trench continents drowned under mortal bodies. Its orbital manufactoria ruptured one by one, each death marked by a new ring of debris around the world. On the refinery moons, labor gangs butchered their overseers and opened the gates for Punisher landing parties. In hive sprawls where billions lived beneath sacred smog, preachers rose on corpse altars and called the Emperor a carrion lie, and men who had prayed every dawn picked up knives against their own wardens. On the pilgrim stations, entire congregations locked themselves in basilicas, while cults outside used melter charges on the doors. In the undercities, mutants emerged from drains and sump pits, painted in phosphor, bearing severed heads as lanterns. The Punishers did not need to kill every Imperial citizen in the Kargad system. They needed only to teach them that faith could bleed. Break enough men, and the rest would break themselves. Halder fell back from the parapet as a shell struck the western face of the bastion. The blast hurled 3 guardsmen from the firing step. One hit the wall beside him hard enough to rupture, leaving a red smear and a flak arm still twitching on the stones. Warning runes flashed across Halder's vision. His squad remained combat effective. Ammunition reserves were lowering. Enemy density was not. "Command," he voxed. "Bastion Kordrath holds. Enemy pressure increasing. Request reinforcement by armor." The reply crackled through layers of interference. "Armored spearhead en route. Rhinos, Predator support, Vindicator siege vehicle. Hold until contact." "We hold." There was never any other answer. For another hour, the Dark Hunters killed. They killed with bolter and blade, with frag and crack, with plasma fire that turned traitor flesh into glowing vapor. They killed when the lower trench fell and the cultists reached the inner wire. They killed when the wire disappeared beneath bodies and those bodies became bridges. They killed when warp shrines landed from orbit, punching into the mud like diseased teeth, bleeding chants that turned mortal courage rancid. The armored spearhead came through the ash storm at last. Rhinos surged over the ridge, black hulls scarred by incoming fire, storm bolters barking from cupolas. A Predator rolled behind them, twin Lascannons punching holes through demon engines and traitor armor. The Vindicator came last, siege shield coated in mud and body matter, demolisher cannon already tracking. For one savage, beautiful moment, Halder believed the line would hold. Then the Punishers revealed their patience. Melter teams rose from pits, hidden beneath dead cultists. Not mortal rabble. Traitor Astartes in scorched warplate, crouched beneath their own spent bodies, waiting through shelling and slaughter for the loyal armor to enter range. Their weapons flashed with miniature suns. The lead Rhino became molten slag. Its side blew inward, and the Dark Hunters inside died before the rear ramp opened. The second Rhino slewed sideways as its tracks fused, then vanished beneath a cultist swarm, hurling grenades into every seam. The Predator fired once more, cutting a traitor in half, before a melter blast gutted its engine compartment. Flames filled the crew space. Halder heard their brief screams over the vehicle link before the ammunition cooked off. The Vindicator fired point blank. Its shell hit the cultist horde less than 50 paces from the muzzle. Hundreds became nothing but a red wave. Bodies were not thrown aside so much as liquefied. Bones shattered into meal. Organs spread across the battlefield in a steaming sheet. The blast carved a crater through the mob and exposed the traitor Astartes behind them. The Vindicator's crew tried to reload. They did not have time. Mutants swarmed its hull, clawing through the gore, shoving grenades beneath track guards and into vision slits. One was cut in half by the Stormbolter and dragged himself onward with both arms, laughing as his entrails spilled behind him. The first grenade blew the right track apart. The second disabled the siege shield. The third went through a maintenance vent. The Vindicator bucked, its hatches vomiting flame. The men inside burned locked in their iron tomb, pounding once against the armor before silence took them. "Armor broken," Brother Narek said. Halder had already seen. Beyond the ruined spearhead, something vast moved through the artillery fire. At first it seemed to be a shrine walking on human legs, crowned in spikes and dragging chains of corpses. Then the smoke parted. Lord Cravus, the nail-crowned, came to the war. His Terminator armor was desecrated cataphractii plate, layered in brass, black iron, and the bones of loyal dead. Nails had been hammered through the armor's gorget, through the brow of his helm, through the faces chained to his shoulders. His trophy rack bore helms from fallen Astartes, each one split and emptied. Upon his chestplate, a cracked aquila had been inverted and nailed through with femur spikes. He carried a thunderhammer made from Loyalist dreadnought sarcophagus plating. Halder knew it at once. Every space marine would have known. The shape was too sacred to mistake. The weapon's head had been forged from the coffin armor of one of the honored dead, cut down and defiled, its surface still showing fragments of old oath script beneath fresh blasphemy. Cravus walked through artillery fire as though the shells were rain. A squad of guardsmen, brave beyond reason, turned a heavy bolter on him from the bunker below Bastion Cordrath. The round struck his armor, bursting sparks from the plate. He did not slow. He reached the bunker, tore the heavy weapon from its mount with one hand, and swung the thunderhammer with the other. The impact pulped 3 men against the bunker wall. They did not fall so much as spread. Armor, bone, brain, and lungs flattened into a red paste across the rockcrete, their boots still standing in place for half a heartbeat before collapsing beneath the ruin of them. Cravus dragged the hammer free, leaving strings of meat clinging to the weapon's head. His vox boomed across the field, overriding loyal channels with scrap code and laughter. Sons of a corpse, sons of a throne of lies, call to your brothers, cry into the warp, beg the angels to come, we have nails enough for all their skulls. Halder aimed at him and fired. His bolt rounds struck Cravus's pauldron and chest, detonating in flashes of smoke and splintered ceramite. Brother Narek joined him, then the full squad. For several seconds, the Punisher Lord vanished beneath impacts. When the smoke cleared, he was still walking. "Sergeant," Narek said, "he is marked by the warp." "He is marked for death," Halder replied. Yet in his second heart, cold understanding took root. The Punishers were not merely invading Phobian, they were summoning witnesses. They wanted the Dark Hunters to call for aid. They wanted other chapters to hurl themselves into the fire, company by company, strike force by strike force, until the killing fields of Kargad were rich with Loyalist gene seed. The cultists were not the spear. They were the bait, the fog, the ammunition. The true offering would be transhuman. The Punishers had built a slaughterhouse for angels of death. The astropathic calls had already gone out. Halder had watched the choir masters bleed from the eyes as they sent them. Appeals to allied chapters. Appeals to naval battle groups. Appeals through warp interference so thick that the messages returned as blood dreams and half-formed screams. One astropath had clawed the word doom into his own face before his skull split from within. Another spoke in a voice not his own, naming chapters no living man in the command bastion recognized. One dying savant had whispered of warriors without colors, without songs, walking at the edge of sight. Doomsayers, an old crusade rumor, a blank name in fragmentary ledgers, a chapter. Some commanders swore existed, and others dismissed as error, censure, or battlefield superstition. Halder had heard the name once from a chaplain who had not wished to repeat it. He had no time for rumors now. Cravus raised his hammer and pointed it toward the bastion. The second wave began. This one came armored. Traitor rhinos pushed through the cultist dead. Siege drills churned beneath the battlefield. Heavy weapon teams deployed behind shields made from chained prisoners. Cultists dragged screaming loyalists ahead of them as cover, forcing guardsmen to choose between hesitation and murder. The Punishers fired through their own slaves without pause. Bastion Cordrath began to die. The eastern tower collapsed under sustained shelling, taking Brother Talon and his devastators into the smoke. The lower gate buckled. Ancient Radaman, crippled by melter fire, held the breach with one functioning arm, crushing cultists beneath his fist until a traitor Lascannon cored through his assault cannon and blew apart his weapon mount. Even then, the dreadnought stood, blocking the gate with his ruined body. "Fall back," command voxed at last. The voice was not afraid. It was worse. It was measured. "All surviving elements withdraw by fighting retreat to the Silver Spears. Mors Angnar is final redoubt. Repeat, Mors Angnar is final redoubt." Holder looked once across the battlefield. The valleys behind them were full of corpses, not scattered dead, not battle dead laid in honor, landscapes of meat, trenches brimmed with bodies, tanks burned like funeral pyres, broken banners snapped in the heat wind, guardsmen crawled with no legs, cultists knelt among the dead, eating flesh from Loyalist corpses with blood-slick hands, proving devotion to laughing masters. Mutants danced around wrecked rhinos. Punisher icons rose from crater fields. The sky rained ash and iron. Halder's squad gathered around him, armor chipped, ammunition low, blades wet. "Sergeant," Narek said, "the bastion is lost." Halder watched Kravus the Nail-Crowned climb over the dead toward them, hammer dragging sparks through the stones. "No," Halder said, "the bastion is spent." He raised his bolter and fired one final burst into the oncoming dark. Then the Dark Hunters withdrew toward Mors Angnar, their fortress monastery in the Silver Spears, leaving the valleys of Phobian to the traitors, the flames, and the feasting dead. Mors Angnar had been carved into the bones of the Argahast range in an age when men still believed stone could make them eternal. The fortress monastery rose from the glacial peaks like the clenched fist of a dead god, black bastions locked into ice, void shield pylons crowned with frost, gun towers half buried beneath centuries of snow and ash. Its walls were not merely walls, they were oaths given form. Adamantine ribs ran through mountain rock. Macro cannon casemates stared across the passes. Chapel keeps jutted from cliffs with stained glass windows thick enough to turn artillery shells. Beneath its highest spire, the reclusiam burned with cold lumen light and the skull lamps of 10,000 honored dead. Brother Sergeant Halder Ven had returned to it bleeding. The fall back from Bastion Kordrath had not been a retreat, not in the mortal sense. Mortals retreated with panic in their throats and death at their heels. The Dark Hunters withdrew by section, by kill zone, by oath. They fought backward through frozen valleys piled with dead men. They sealed canyon mouths with melter charges. They brought down ice bridges under cultist tides. They spent ammunition the way priests spent breath, each bolt shell a little prayer of detonation and broken flesh. By the time the last gate of Mors Angnar shut behind them, 200 battle brothers remained able to bear arms. The number moved through the fortress Vox like a funeral bell. 200. Halder heard it in the armorium as serfs with bloodless faces reloaded magazines by shaking hands. He heard it in the apothecarian, where wounded warriors were opened by saw and drill beneath swinging censer chains. He heard it in the chapel corridors, where chaplains walked among the survivors, Crozius heads crackling, voices low with wrath. He heard it beneath the thunder of enemy guns, as the Punishers reached the outer wall and began the labor of desecration. The fortress did not die all at once. It was butchered room by room. The first breach came through the western reliquary hall, where the bones of the 3rd Company's dead stood sealed in silver niches. Siege drills bored upward through the mountain, their demon-bound heads chewing through rock, armorcrete, and the buried tombs of serfs interred beneath the floor. The drills surfaced in a storm of dust and bone fragments. Cultist demolition teams crawled out behind them, faces wrapped in flayed skin, bodies strapped with explosives and hooked ignition cords. The Dark Hunters waiting in the hall killed them with flamers. Prometheum washed over the first wave, turning men into shrieking torches. Burning cultists staggered into relic cases, their hands melting to the glass, their mouths open wide enough for the fire inside them to be seen. A demolition charge detonated against a pillar carved with the names of dead captains. The blast hurled reliquary skulls across the hall, cracked ceramite plate, and sprayed burning organs against the shrine walls. Then the Punishers came, not howling, not stumbling, advancing. Traitor Astartes in blackened plate moved through the smoke behind the mortal wreckage, bolters at the ready, chain axes revving, helms horned and nailed and smeared with old gore. They used the dying cultists as cover. They fired through their own men. They stepped on the backs of the burning and drove forward beneath icons that pulsed with witchlight. Holder reached the reliquary hall as the last defenders there began to give ground. Left nave, he voxed. Concentrated fire. Cut them from the drill mouths. His squad obeyed without question. Bolters rose. Mass reactive rounds burst across the traitor line. One Punisher took 3 shells to the helm and fell backward with his head blown open inside the visor, blood jetting from the neck seal in dark pulses. Another lost his right leg at the knee, toppled, and kept firing from the floor until Brother Narek put a round through his chest plate and detonated the hearts beneath. Halder moved into the smoke with his chainsword screaming. The first traitor met him with a chain axe. Their weapons struck in a shower of sparks, teeth shrieking against teeth. The Punisher was larger, his armor swollen by warp gifts, the left side of his helm fused into something like bone. Holder stepped inside the backswing, slammed his pauldron into the traitor's chest, and drove his combat knife through the exposed joint beneath the gorget. He twisted until the blade grated against spine. The Punisher convulsed. Halder ripped the knife free and cut again, opening the throat seals. Blood sprayed across his helm lenses, hot and black. The second traitor fired point blank. The bolt shell struck Holder's chest, exploding against the aquila and cracking the plate beneath. Pain flared down his ribs. He ignored it, caught the muzzle, forced it aside, and punched his chainsword into the warrior's abdomen. The teeth bit deep. Ceramite split. The weapon howled as it chewed through cabling, muscle, organs, and fused bone. The Punisher tried to curse him. Only vomited blood came through the vox grill. "Hall secure?" Narek voxed. "No," Halder said. "Hall contested." The fortress shook again. A new alarm rune burned across his display. Armurium Vault secondary breach. The Punishers were inside the mountain in more than one place. Hours dissolved into chambers. The Armurium became a slaughterhouse of sacred iron. Weapon racks toppled beneath shell impacts. Servitors burned in their alcoves, still reciting inventory canticles as ammunition cooked off around them. A tech marine died standing over a rack of plasma guns, mechadendrites impaling 2 cultists, while his lower body was torn away by a chain blade. His servo arm continued fighting after his heart stopped, crushing skulls until a traitor melter shot reduced him and the weapons behind him to molten ruin. Bolter ammunition became sacred currency. Serfs carried magazines in reliquary bowls. Apothecaries stripped rounds from the dead. Brothers counted shells aloud over squad vox, not from fear, but from discipline. Each shot had to answer for itself. Each detonation had to purchase flesh. The gene seed crypts were sealed beneath 3 oath locks and an adamantine vault door blessed in oil and blood. Punisher siege servitors reached them by the lower ossuary. They were things that had once been men, bound into iron frames, their faces stretched across brass plates, their backs pierced by demon engines small enough to crawl inside corridors. They moved with clicking limbs, bearing plasma cutters and rotary saws. When the first reached the vault approach, it opened its mouth and screamed in the voice of a dead dark hunter. Brother Apothecary Kalis answered with a bolt pistol. The servitor's head burst. Something pale and many-legged crawled from the stump. Kalis crushed it beneath his boot, then ordered the vault denial charges armed. Halder heard the order through the command net and knew what it meant. If the vault fell, the chapter's future ended by their own hand, not in defeat, in loyalty. The thought did not slow him. It sharpened him. He led the countercharge through the Hall of Oaths. The hall ran beneath the Reclusiam, broad enough for dreadnoughts to pass abreast, high enough for banners to hang like flayed night from the ceiling vaults. Every wall was carved with names. Brothers lost in Void War, brothers burned under Xenos' suns, brothers who had held gates, slain tyrants, boarded heretic ships, died nameless in poison fog. Their deeds were cut beneath them in high Gothic, line upon line, until the stone itself seemed armored in memory. Now the floor was slick with blood and hydraulic fluid. A Punisher assault cadre had forced entry from the southern chapel stairs. Cultists flooded ahead of them, carrying breaching charges and crude blades. Holder did not count them. Mortals mattered only as obstruction. The traitor Astartes behind them mattered. "Dark Hunters," Holder voxed. "With me." They advanced into the hall beneath the names of the dead. Flamers cleared the first 30 paces. Cultists became black silhouettes, then collapsed into heaps of burning meat. Some kept crawling, fingers scraping across the carved names, leaving greasy streaks on the honored stone. Halder vaulted a body pile and struck the first Punisher at a run. His chainsword took the traitor across the knee joint. The warrior buckled. Halder reversed the cut and opened the helm from chin to brow. The skull inside came apart in a wet crack. The second came with a power maul. Halder ducked beneath the blow and rammed his shoulder into the warrior's waist, driving him back against the wall of names. The impact cracked stone. A bolt shell from Narek blew out the Punisher's lower spine. Halder finished him with a knife through the eye lens. The third and fourth attacked together. One carried paired chain blades, the other a bolt pistol and axe. Halder shot the axe-bearer twice in the chest, then once in the throat when the warrior kept coming. He met the twin blades with his own chainsword. Teeth locked. Motors screamed. The Punisher laughed through his vox, voice distorted by blood and madness. "Your names will be dust, corpse worshipper." Holder headbutted him. The blow cracked both helms. Holder's vision flared with static. He drove his combat blade up beneath the traitor's arm, found the soft joint, and cut inward. The blade slid through meat. The Punisher's right arm weakened. Holder tore free and drove his chainsword through the warrior's faceplate until bone fragments spattered the carved wall. The fifth traitor died to a grenade pressed into his broken breastplate and held there until detonation. The sixth took Halder's left arm. The chain axe came from smoke and sparks, descending with a roar like an industrial saw. Halder tried to turn it aside. He was half a breath slow. The weapon bit above the elbow. Ceramite screamed. Bone shattered. Nerves detonated in white agony. The axe tore through armor, muscle, black carapace, and transhuman bone, and Halder's left arm spun away, trailing blood, fingers still clenched. He did not fall. His sus and membrane threatened to drag him toward shock. His secondary heart hammered. Pain warnings flooded his helm display. He let them burn unanswered. The Punisher leaned close, helm grill slick with gore. "Bleed for your false father." Holder drew his combat blade with his remaining hand and drove it into the traitor's throat, through the vox grill, through the tongue, through the spine behind it. He pushed until the hilt struck ceramite. "For him," Holder said. The Punisher died, choking on the words. Halder staggered, blood pumping from the ruin of his arm. An apothecary reached him through the smoke, clamped the stump with brutal speed, injected coagulants, and locked a pressure seal over the severed limb. "Withdrawal to the Reclusiam," the apothecary said. "I can fight." "Yes," the apothecary replied. "There is nowhere else to go." The Reclusiam became the heart of the dying fortress. All paths led there in the end. Armurium survivors, chapel defenders, crippled devastators, serfs dragging ammunition crates, wounded brothers with limbs missing, and armor split open. The chamber was vast, circular, and black-walled, its ceiling lost in incense shadow. A statue of the Emperor stood above the altar, sword raised, face stern and distant. Around him knelt the carved forms of past chapter heroes, now shattered by shellfire and smeared with soot. The chaplains held the center. Their voices rolled through open vox and chamber speakers, chanting litanies of hate, endurance, and righteous death. Crozius arcanums crackled in their fists. Skull helms turned toward every breach. Their words gave no comfort. Comfort was for the weak. Their words gave shape. Pain is witness. Blood is tithe. Death is oath kept. The Emperor sees. Wounded space marines were nailed into firing positions by apothecaries and serfs, not ceremonially, practically. Spikes through ruined greaves into barricade stone, chains around broken torsos, braces hammered into cracked plate. Those too damaged to stand were fixed upright with their bolters resting over corpse walls. They would fire until their hearts stopped. Some had no legs, some had one arm. One brother had lost his lower jaw and spoke only in wet vox clicks, yet he reloaded with a trembling hand and kept shooting. Dead serfs were stacked into barricades because stone had already been blasted apart. Holder took position near the western arch, one-handed, bolter mag clamped to the altar rail, combat blade at his hip. His severed arm lay somewhere in the Hall of Oaths, beneath the feet of traitors. It did not matter. The chapter still had one of his hands. The Emperor still had the rest. The Punishers reached the outer sanctum. Before they attacked, Lord Cravus spoke. His voice thundered through hacked vox channels and cracked shrine speakers. Scrap code crawled across display lenses. Candles guttered. One wounded serf vomited blood and died with his hands over his ears. "Dark hunters of Phobian," Cravus called. "You have killed well. You have pleased the gods, though you deny them. Your fortress is broken. Your brothers are meat. Your gene seed waits in its little crypt, like unborn fear. Kneel, and I will preserve it in glory. Kneel, and your names will be carved in iron beneath the gaze of powers older than your corpse, Emperor. Kneel, and I will let some of you live long enough to hear your own chapter praise the warp." No one answered at first. Then a Punisher herald stepped through the breach, carrying a banner made from flayed serfs and Dark Hunter plate fragments. He opened his mouth to speak again. The Reclusiam answered with a massed bolter volley. The herald became wet fragments. His banner pole spun backward through the smoke. His torso vanished from the waist up. Meat slapped against the sanctum arch. A piece of jawbone skittered across the floor and stopped against Hulda's boot. The chaplains raised their Crozius weapons. The Punishers came. Cultists flooded in first, screaming praises to the warp, climbing over the chunks of the herald, trampling their own dead. Flamers met them in the doorway. The front ranks burned, but the ranks behind shoved them onward, using charred bodies as shields. They struck the corpse barricades like filthy water. Chainswords rose and fell. Bolters fired point blank. Men were chopped apart, blown open, crushed beneath ceramite boots. The chapel filled with the stink of cooked meat, sacred oils, promethium, void-sealed armor, and burst intestines. Behind the cultists came corrupted terminators. The first walked through flamer fire with a Reaper autocannon grinding in both fists. Shells tore through the Reclusiam. A wounded Dark Hunter nailed to the barricade lost his head and kept firing for 3 seconds before his body understood. A chaplain leapt from the altar steps and struck the Terminator with his Crozius, cracking the tusked helm sideways. The traitor seized him by the chest and crushed until ceramite split, and organs came out through the broken plate. The chaplain died, still chanting. Holder fired into the Terminator's knee until his bolter clicked empty. No ammunition. He drew his blade. Around him, the last of Mor's Angnar contracted like a fist around a blade. In the gene seed crypt, Apothecary Kalis placed his hand upon the denial rune. Charges beneath the vault floor armed one by one. If the order came, the stored progenoids of the chapter would burn in white fire. Generations of future Dark Hunters would become ash rather than trophies. The Punishers would take nothing. The Dark Gods would be denied the feast. Victory was impossible. Survival was irrelevant. Only denial remained. Then the Auspex screamed, not from within the fortress, from orbit. The first reading came broken by interference, then a second, then 6. Translation signatures at system edge, unidentified vessels, strike cruiser mass, no heraldic broadcast, no noble declaration, no request for honor duel, no chapter cant recognized by the fortress machine spirits. For one heartbeat, even the dying seemed to listen. In the command alcove, a tech adept with half his face burned away whispered to the Reclusium Vox. Unknown Astartes vessels entering engagement range. Halder drove his blade beneath a cultist's chin and kicked the corpse away. The Auspex updated. Target locks bloomed across the orbital display. Every Punisher ship, every cultist landing zone, every corrupted shrine, every compromised Imperial position beyond recovery, every traitor armor column, every warp icon blazing on the surface of Phobian, marked, ranked, and sentenced in cold tactical light. The Reclusium Vox crackled. A new voice entered the chamber. It was not loud. It did not shout over the gunfire. It cut through it, narrow and cold, bearing neither pride nor comfort. It was the sound of a blade being drawn in an execution cell. Dark Hunters, endure for 9 minutes, then lower your heads. The 6 strike cruisers came through the outer dark without song. They did not translate from the warp in a blaze of sanctified announcement. They did not broadcast chapter identity, oath of arrival, crusade honor, or request for theater command. Their emergence was almost silent, a sequence of cold wounds opening in the void beyond Phobian's debris ring, each wound disgorging a blackened hull that seemed less built than excavated from the grave of some older war. They rode the edge of the system under masked power, engines dimmed to corpse glow, weapon batteries cold, machine spirits muzzled beneath layers of antique encryption. The Punishers had seeded the orbital approaches with auger nets, warp listening buoys, traitor Auspex choirs, and scavenged Imperial signal ghosts. The unknown ships slid through them all, using the wrecks of dead loyal vessels as cover. They passed behind the shattered ribs of a Navy monitor whose crew had been vented into space days before. They moved through radiation storms blooming from a ruptured plasma refinery in orbit. They hid in fields of frozen bodies and broken cargo hulls, their hull plating black with ash and old impacts. Aboard the Punisher battleship Crown of Nails, heretic savants tried to name them. No heraldry returned, no transponder answered, no chapter cant matched. Their command traffic was there, but it was buried beneath obsolete Crusade-era machine code, layered in Binharic snarls and dead dialects no traitor cogitator could translate quickly enough. The codes were not merely encrypted. They were archaic, stubborn, hateful things, built by minds that had trusted iron more than speech. To the Punisher augurs, the vessels seemed to exist as errors in the tactical field, absences with mass, shadows with guns. Then the shadows fired. The first torpedo spread crossed less distance than honor would have demanded. The Doomsayers had not come to duel the enemy fleet. They had come to murder its future. Their torpedoes struck the cultist mass carriers before the battleships. The closest carrier, a bloated void hulk, chained to 3 tugcraft and packed from hold to chapel with mortal reinforcements, died without understanding why. Torpedoes entered its belly in a line of white impacts. The hull split along old welds, vomiting atmosphere, bodies, chains, livestock, ammunition crates, and screaming thousands into the void. Men burst outward in floods, tumbling in their rags and armor scraps, mouths open around prayers to gods that could not hear them through hard vacuum. Eyes ruptured, blood boiled from noses and torn throats, freezing into glittering red mist that spread around the wreck like a nebula of meat. Another carrier tried to turn. It was too slow. A second spread opened its spine. The ship broke in half, its rear engine still burning, its forward shrine section rolling away with bells ringing soundlessly through space. Cultists spilled from the wounds in such numbers that the surrounding void seemed briefly alive with flailing limbs. Some had time to ignite their own suicide charges. Little bursts of orange light flickered among the drifting bodies, pathetic and brief. On the bridge of the strike cruiser that bore Captain Acastian Morn, no one cheered. The command deck was a cathedral of restraint. Lumen strips glowed low along black iron gantries. Serfs worked in silence at cogitator stations, their skulls pierced by data spines, their mouths sewn shut in ritual denial of panic. Tech Marines stood beside hololithic projectors, red robes darkened with machine oil. Servo skulls drifted above the command pit, with targeting lenses dilated. Every surface carried heat scars, prayer wax, and the cold smell of metal kept too clean for comfort. Captain Morn stood before the tactical hololith in unmarked warplate. His armor bore no bright livery, no visible badge, no honor scroll proclaiming glorious slaughter. Ash clung to the joints. Old scratches crossed his pauldrons. His helm rested beneath one arm, revealing a face like stone dragged from a battlefield grave. Pale scalp, dark eyes, skin seamed by old burns. He looked neither young nor old, only spent and sharpened. "Transport elements breaking," reported a tech marine. "Enemy battleships rotating to engage. Lance charge signatures rising." "Let them turn," Morn said. His voice carried no hatred. That made it worse. "Secondary targets?" asked Reclusiarch Malachor Doom, standing beside him with Crozius held upright like a judge's staff. Morn watched the hololith populate with red marks. Landing hulks, siege barges, orbital shrines, warp icon platforms, munitions lifters descending toward the Phobian surface. Everything that feeds the ground war. The battleships will punish us. They may attempt it. The Doomsayer strike cruisers separated. One vanished behind the ruined shell of an Imperial troopship and emerged close enough to rake a Punisher escort from prow to stern with macro cannon fire. Another rolled beneath a traitor lance beam and launched boarding torpedoes into a landing hulk still chained to a carrier corpse. A third burned hard toward the planet, its launch bays opening like black jaws. Below them, Phobian screamed. Mors Angnar stood at the center of the storm, a wound cut into the Argahast range, its void shields collapsing in sheets of failing light. Around the fortress monastery, the Punisher siege engines dug into the glacier passes. Cultist hosts filled every approach. Demon-bound drills gnawed through ice and stone. Traitor artillery hammered chapel walls, armorium towers, reliquary keeps, and the approaches to the Reclusiam. Morn studied the surface map. Deploy Anvil. Runes blinked into motion. Thunderhawks descended through flak. They did not come in clean procession. They came like execution blades thrown from orbit, black shapes dropping through smoke and burning cloud, wing edges glowing with atmospheric heat. Traitor flak batteries opened from the ridges, filling the sky with shell bursts and tracer fire. One Thunderhawk took a missile through the starboard engine and spun, burning, into a mountainside. Its wreck struck a cultist artillery park and detonated the ammunition stored there, turning a whole ridgeline into a fountain of fire, bones, gun wheels, and screaming men. The surviving Thunderhawks did not alter course. Drop pods fell among them, punching into the earth like meteors. The impact shock crushed cultists flat around the landing sites, bones snapping beneath the pressure wave. Petals blew open. Doomsayers emerged into the smoke with bolters already raised. Anvil struck the siege engines outside Mors Angnar. Devastator squads took position among shattered ice shelves and broken bastion stones. Heavy bolters braced on tripods and armor-locked supports. Lascannons aligned through ash. Missile launchers angled toward demon engine silhouettes moving in the pass. The Doomsayers did not waste fire on the mortal masses unless they blocked lines of sight. They killed the machines. They killed the ammunition haulers. They killed the officers with Vox arrays and the priests carrying warp icons. Cultists crashed against them in howling waves. The Doomsayers received them as terrain. Bolt shells burst faces into wet ruin. Heavy bolter fire carved men into halves and quarters, torsos flying backward, legs continuing for steps before collapsing. Flamers turned entire knots of bodies into blackened heaps that thrashed and fused together. Chain blades rose only when the enemy reached arm's length, then fell with butcher's rhythm, chopping through collarbones, skulls, elbows, spines. The Doomsayers did not shout litanies as they killed. Their silence made the slaughter feel industrial. Morn watched the assault data update. Deploy gallows. Boarding torpedoes slammed into enemy landing hulks in orbit. Inside one hulk, a vast nave ship converted into a troop carrier, the Punishers had packed thousands of cultists into chained galleries around a central shrine engine. The first torpedo breached through the outer hull and vomited Terminators into the pressurized dark. For a moment, they were statues wreathed in frost and breach smoke. Then their storm bolters opened. Gallows advanced through the hulk in tactical dreadnought armor, each step crushing hands, skulls, broken weapons, and prayer bones under ceramite boots. Cultists threw themselves against the Terminators with knives and teeth. They died in heaps. Storm bolter rounds detonated bodies from within, filling the galleries with red fog and dangling ropes of gut. A Punisher champion charged with a chain glaive raised above his head, screaming a hymn to the warp. A Doomsayer Terminator put a power fist through his breastplate, closed the fist around whatever still beat inside, and tore the organ mass free in a shower of black blood. The Hulk's shrine engine was captured intact, then destroyed. No trophies, no rights of victory, no claim of honor. A melter charge ate the heart of the vessel, and the Hulk began to fall toward Phobian in burning pieces. Morn watched its descent arc cross several compromised districts. Civilian distress signals lit the hololith at once. Hab blocks still contained living Imperial citizens. A Manufactorum bridge held evacuation columns. A shrine tunnel reported loyal survivors. The Punishers had driven refugees into those arteries as shields, bait, and future recruits. Civilian traffic from grid marks Sanctus Grey through Sanctus Black, reported a serf, voice shaking despite his sewn lips, forcing the words through a throat amplifier. Multiple pleas for extraction. Ministorum. Identifiers authenticated. Enemy reinforcement lanes? Morn asked. The Tech Marine answered. Confirmed. Bridge network, tunnel gates, Manufactorum causeways. If left intact, cultist masses reinforce the western siege within 7 minutes. Destroy them. The serf hesitated. Morn turned his eyes toward him. The serf bent over his console so quickly his forehead struck brass. By your will. From orbit, lance fire came down. The bridges vanished first, white light cutting through stone, steel, vehicles, and the bodies packed across them. The Manufactorum gates erupted as demolition missiles struck their hinges and fuel stores. Tunnels collapsed under precision bombardment, burying survivors and cultists together beneath thousands of tons of rockcrete. Vox channels filled with human voices begging, cursing, praying, drowning in dust. Millions died trapped between fires that hour. The siege math turned. The Punishers lost movement. Their hordes lost momentum. Their engines at the pass began to stand unsupported beneath Doomsayer guns. That was when the Warpsmith came. He strode from a glacier fissure beneath a cloak of scrap metal and flensed skin. Mechadendrites spread around him like the legs of a carrion spider. His armor was fused with cables, furnace vents, and shrieking demon masks. Around him crawled his engines, squat and massive things built from corrupted siege frames, each one dragging hooked plows through the ice. Their pilots were not seated within them. They were grown through them. Faces bulged from armor plates, hands pressed against glassy blisters in the metal. Men who had become engines screamed from inside their own hulls as demons pulled their nerves like harp strings. The Warpsmith unleashed them into the glacier pass. Brother Sergeant Odrin of the Doomsayers looked upon the charge and made no oath. Melter teams, left joints, missile teams, rear weight supports, no heroic advance. His brothers obeyed. They did not meet the demon engines in glorious combat. They crippled them. Melter beams burned through knee pistons and hip assemblies. Crack missiles struck exposed linkages and ammunition growths. Lascannon fire punched through engine housings. One demon machine stumbled, its forward limbs gone, its screaming pilot thrust halfway from the cracked hull like a newborn dragged through a grinder. Ancient Barast came then. The Doomsayer dreadnought descended from a landing cradle into the pass with the weight of a walking shrine. His sarcophagus was ancient, his armor blackened by wars whose names had been removed from record. One arm ended in a siege claw, the other in a twin-linked Lascannon. He walked through the smoke as shells burst around him, each step grinding cultist bodies into the ice. "I hear the condemned," Barast growled through a vox made of thunder and dust. "Bring them closer." The crippled demon engine tried to crawl away. Barast seized its hull with his claw and crushed. Metal folded. The pilot inside screamed until his lungs came up through his throat. The dreadnought pushed harder, splitting the machine open along its belly, spilling cables, black oil, organs, and demon fire onto the ice. He killed the next engine by stepping onto its head assembly and firing his Lascannon straight down through the cockpit blister. The pilot inside became steam and bone ash. The demon howled out of the wound and vanished beneath a storm of warding fire. The Dark Hunters watched from within the dying fortress and did not understand how to receive salvation shaped like this. Their fortress still bled. Their brothers still died. The Doomsayers were not rushing to embrace them. They were not clearing every corridor first. They were not preserving every loyal life they could reach. They were amputating the war. A chapel annex north of the Reclusiam transmitted loyal codes. It was filled with serfs, wounded armsmen, and 3 Dark Hunter neophytes too damaged to move. It was also filled with contamination warnings. Auspex showed cult infection spreading through survivors. The Punishers had breached the lower crypts beneath them. The annex could become another entry point within minutes. Brother Sergeant Odrin marked it for artillery. Inside the Reclusium command alcove, Brother Sergeant Holder Venn heard the order through the shared channel. "Cancel that fire mission," Holder voxed, blood loss making his voice rougher but not weaker. "There are loyal serfs in that annex." "Confirmed," Odrin answered. "Then extract them. Unrecoverable within necessary time. They are servants of the chapter. They are compromised vectors beside an enemy approach." Halder looked across the Reclusiam, where dead serfs had been stacked into barricades beside wounded space marines, nailed into firing positions. Rage came then, hot and sharp, cutting through exhaustion. "Doomsayer, you will not shell loyal blood inside our walls." Another voice entered the link. "Captain Morn. Dark Hunter, identify tactical objection." Holder bared his teeth inside his helm. "Honor." There was a pause, not hesitation, calculation. Morn replied, "Insufficient." The artillery fired. The chapel annex disappeared in fire and falling stone. Its stained glass blew outward in a glittering storm. The screams on the Vox ended beneath the roar of collapsing masonry. A corridor that would have carried Punisher reinforcements into the Reclusiam became a sealed tomb packed with dead Loyalists, dead cultists, and the ash of prayers. Halder gripped his combat blade until blood seeped from the stump seal of his severed arm. "You murdered them." Morn's voice remained cold. "Then grieve efficiently." In that moment, Holder understood the shape of the warriors who had come. They were not saviors. They were not brothers arriving with wrath and banners to avenge the fallen. They were loyal, yes, loyal beyond bribery, beyond fear, beyond pride. But their loyalty had no warmth. It did not see men. It saw contamination, force projection, ammunition expenditure, time to breach, probability of survival, value of denial. The Dark Hunters spoke in battered honor and rage. The Doomsayers spoke in verdicts. Outside, Grave Crown descended into the glacier tunnels beneath Moor's Angnar. Drop pods bored through ice shafts. Teleport flares lit buried access ways. Assault Marines dropped through smoke into maintenance vaults, with chains wards already revving. Cultist retreat columns found unmarked Astartes waiting in the dark beneath them. There was no warning, no demand for surrender. Bolt pistols barked, chain blades shrieked, bodies jammed the tunnels so densely that the Doomsayers had to kick through ruptured torsos to continue the advance. In the Reclusium, the Punishers broke the final arch. Lord Cravus the Nail-Crowned stood beyond the smoke, his thunderhammer dripping with the blood of Dark Hunters. Around him came traitor Astartes, in warplate black with soot, corrupted Terminators, and the last frothing surge of mortal filth. They crashed into the corpse barricades beneath the statue of the Emperor. Bolters fired until they clicked dry. Chainswords chewed until their teeth snapped. Chaplains died with litanies breaking between their teeth. Halder braced himself with one arm and a combat blade. Cravus saw him. The Punisher Lord laughed. Then the air between them turned white. Teleportation lightning ripped through the Reclusium. The chamber filled with the stink of ozone, hot metal, and displaced blood mist. Shapes formed inside the light. Massive shapes. Tactical dreadnought plate. Unmarked. Ash dark. Weapons raised before flesh and iron had fully returned to reality. The Doomsayers arrived in the heart of the breach. Their storm bolters fired before their boots had finished materializing. The first rank of traitors vanished into shredded meat and ceramite splinters. Helmets burst, arms spun away, chests caved open under mass reactive fury. A Punisher Terminator took a storm of rounds through the visor and staggered backward with his skull detonating inside the helm. The teleport flare faded. The Doomsayers stood between the Dark Hunters and the end, silent as executioners beneath the broken gaze of the Emperor. The first dawn after the Doomsayers came was not dawn at all. Phobian's sun rose behind a sky of burning oil, ash, and orbital debris, turning the glaciers of the Argahast Range the color of old blood. The peaks around Mors Angnar steamed, where lance strikes had cut through snowpack and exposed black stone beneath. Bodies lay in drifts against the fortress walls, some frozen solid, others still warm enough to bleed into the meltwater. Cultists, serfs, guardsmen, traitor Astartes, loyal Astartes. The dead no longer had the dignity of allegiance. They had become terrain. Brother Sergeant. Halder Venn stood beneath the broken arch of the Reclusium and watched the war widen. His left arm ended in a sealed stump of blackened ceramite and clotted flesh. Apothecary Kalis had saved the shoulder. That was all the mercy the hour had permitted. Pain throbbed through the nerves in steady pulses, each one a reminder that he remained useful. Around him, the inner shrine of Mors Angnar was a cathedral of ruin. The Emperor's statue had lost its sword arm. The altar was cracked down the center. Dead serfs had been stacked waist-high beneath the firing galleries, their faces grey with frost and blood. Wounded Dark Hunters still hung in their nailed firing braces, some alive, some not, their bolters locked empty in rigid hands. The Doomsayers stood among them like intruders inside a tomb. Their Terminators had not spoken after the breach was broken. They had killed until the Punishers were driven from the Reclusium threshold, then formed a silent cordon at the shattered western arch. Their armor remained unreadable beneath soot and gore. No sigil, no proud color, no honorific scroll bright enough to catch the lumen light. They did not look like deliverance. They looked like judgment that had mistaken the loyal and the damned for variations of the same condemned species. Beyond the fortress, more Loyalist ships were entering the war. The Brazen Fists arrived first in a line of armored wrath, their strike cruiser burning hard through the Punisher blockade, while its escort craft spat torpedoes into the wounded void. They came as siege breakers, and their first gift to Phobian was weight. Thunderhawks dropped land raiders into the passes. Predators rolled from armored landers under flak fire. Vindicators rumbled down ice roads carved open by bombardment, their siege shields grinding through frozen corpses. their demolisher cannons traversing with the slow certainty of execution. The Shadowhawks came next, descending through cloud cover in a storm of speed. Their gunships flew low enough to cut smoke with their wings, assault craft snapping between mountains, jump pack formations dropping from screaming thunderhawks into enemy artillery nests. They struck and vanished, leaving traitor gunners dismembered beside their own weapons, vox masts toppled, ammunition stores blooming into orange fireballs that threw limbs across the snow. The dark suns entered without flourish and with grim discipline. Their companies deployed in ordered ranks along the eastern ridges, bolters held across breastplates, devastators taking high ground, apothecaries moving before the shooting began, as if they already knew where the dead would fall. They spoke little over the open channels, but their fire was beautiful in its restraint. Every volley landed, every advance was covered, every withdrawal, when ordered, cost the enemy a mound of bodies. The last two chapters never gave names. Their codes came through the loyal command net as Ash Mantle and Iron Psalm. Ash Mantle fought from smoke, dusk, and cinder storms. Their armor was glimpsed only in fragments through thermal distortion and falling ash. A pauldron there, a blade there, a helm lens glowing for a heartbeat before darkness swallowed it. They burned out cult shrines in the lowland Hab districts and left no living witnesses among the marked. Iron Psalm made the mountains speak. Their dreadnoughts and heavy infantry moved in slow processions through the broken glacier roads, chanting battle canticles over encrypted vox. Their voices came deep and metallic, layered by helm speakers and warplate machine spirits. When they fired, the volleys landed in time with the chant, turning advancing cult columns into pulped lines of red and black. 7 chapters now fought across Phobian. The Dark Hunters, bled to the bone, the Doomsayers, cold and unheralded, the Brazen Fists, iron-mailed siege breakers, the Dark Suns, disciplined and severe, the Shadowhawks, knives in the burning air, Ash Mantle and Iron Psalm, half myth and half murder, seen only by those about to die. It should have been enough to make any loyal world weep with gratitude. Phobian had no tears left. The counter-offensive began as a command rune on Captain Morn's hololithic display. He named it the Black Thor. Holder heard the designation through a shared command link while standing in the Reclusium's ruin beside surviving officers of his chapter. The words carried no poetry from Morn's mouth. To him, they were not a memorial, nor a threat, nor an oath. They were a weather report of slaughter yet to be rendered. The Doomsayer captain stood within the fortress command nave, helmless, face pale under dried blood that was not his own. Around him, wounded serfs dragged fresh cables through pools of cooling gore. Tech Marines patched the cogitator banks with wire, prayer, and amputated servitor plugs. The tactical projection flickered above the cracked floor, showing the Argahast range, the lowland approaches, enemy strongpoints, friendly armor groups, collapsed tunnels, contaminated districts, and the thousands of red motes that represented mortal hordes. Morn ignored most of the red motes. Brother Captain Raylon of the Brazen Fists noticed. "Your target prioritization leaves mass infantry concentrations unengaged," he said, his voice like stone moving inside a helmet. "Correct," Morn replied. "They will drown the passes. They are already drowning them. Killing the water is inefficient. Kill the hands pouring it." Morn touched the hololith. The red field shifted. Brighter marks appeared within the masses. Traitor Astartes squad leaders, dark apostles, warpsmiths, sorcerers, champions, vox officers, banner bearers with warp icons, mortal demagogues implanted with Punisher command codes. "Their mortal hordes are vast," Morn said. "Their masters are not. Their officers are irreplaceable within the current operational window. Decapitate command, burn the priests, remove the smiths, break the champions where the herd can see. The rest will become meat without direction." One of the Dark Hunters growled through his grill. They are men. Morn looked at the red cloud of cultists advancing over the battlefield. They are ammunition. The words settled into the chamber like ash. The Black Thor began. Loyalist tanks ground across fields of bodies so thick that their tracks slipped. The Brazen Fists led the first armored thrust through the western glacier valley, land raiders pushing into enemy fire with lascannons blazing, their hulls ringing beneath impacts, their assault ramps opening to disgorge Terminators into storms of shrapnel. Vindicators fired into siege walls made from chained prisoners and scrap metal, the Demolisher shells reducing fortifications and captives alike into a single red vapor that froze across the surrounding ice. Surviving Imperial batteries joined from buried gun pits. Basilisk shells screamed overhead and tore the trench continents open. Earth, snow, bodies, ammunition crates, and prayer poles rose in fountains. Entire cult formations vanished beneath artillery. Others kept advancing through the craters, blood slick and half-deaf, urged onward by Punisher overseers whose chain whips cut the slow and whose bolt pistols killed the sane. Thunderhawks dropped Astartes into storms of flak. Shadowhawks descended onto ridge guns, jump packs roaring, chainswords screaming before their boots struck stone. They landed among traitor artillery crews and made butcher's work of them. Limbs flew, heads bounced from gun shields. One Shadowhawk sergeant drove his power sword through the chest of a Punisher officer and hurled the corpse into the gun breech before firing the artillery piece. The weapon exploded, taking the entire battery and half the ridge with it. The Dark Suns advanced through the central trenchworks under covering fire. Their bolters fired in measured volleys, each rank stepping forward through mud filled with bones, brass casings, and the organs of men killed minutes before. Cultists attacked in such numbers that the air became warm with their breath and stink. Bolters overheated. Chainsword teeth snapped against bone. Combat blades dulled inside rib cages. Still the line moved, slow and black, leaving a trench behind it so full of corpses that the following guardsmen walked atop the dead rather than through the mud. The Doomsayers went where honor did not. They purged tunnels beneath Mor's Angnar, where cult taint had spread through refugees and serf survivors. They entered contamination zones marked by screaming Auspex runes and came out with their flamers empty and their armor coated in human grease. They stood guard over gene seed denial vaults, ready to burn the future of a brother chapter if the Punishers broke through again. They interrogated captured traitor officers with tech marines and apothecaries working together, extracting codes, glands, memories, and screams until nothing useful remained inside the bodies. They boarded landing hulks, already marked lost, knowing the reactors would be detonated behind them. They refused all glory because they chose all shame. In the Manufactorum district of St. Cordrath's Anvil, Brother Sergeant Caius Val led 10 tactical marines into a nave held by 300 cultists and 6 traitor Astartes. The nave had once forged shell casings for Phobian's defense batteries. Now its assembly lines were hung with bodies. Serfs dangled from conveyor chains, throats opened, blood dripping into ammunition hoppers. Punisher icons had been welded to the walls. A pulpit of scrap and bone rose above the central aisle, where a dark apostle's lesser priest screamed sermons through a vox grill made from a Loyalist skull. Val entered through the east loading gate. He did not order a charge. His squad advanced in silence. Bolters came up. Single shots cracked through the nave, each one chosen, each one paid for by death. A cultist face burst inward, skull fragments spraying the man behind him. A priest lost his throat and fell from the pulpit, hands clawing at the red hole beneath his chin. A heavy stubber gunner's chest opened from within, ribs snapping outward as the mass reactive shell detonated in his lungs. The Doomsayers walked through the return fire without haste, armor taking glancing shots, helm lenses fixed, weapons steady. The cultists charged. The first rank died before crossing the aisle. The second tripped over them and died crawling. The third reached the Doomsayers and broke against knives, fists, and controlled bolter fire. Val shot a man through the mouth, crushed another's skull against a conveyor strut, then turned his bolter toward the traitor Astartes, emerging from the machine smoke. The 6 Punishers came with chain axes and hate. Val's squad received them in 2 ranks. Plasma fire took the first in the chest, reducing his torso to a smoking crater. A crack grenade lodged beneath the pauldron of the second and blew his arm, head, and upper spine across the assembly line. Val met the third blade to blade, locked the chain axe with his combat knife, and fired his bolt pistol twice into the traitor's gut. The shells burst inside the armor. Rotten organs and black blood poured over Val's gauntlet. He pushed the dying warrior aside and stepped forward. The nave was cleared in less than 4 minutes. When the last cultist crawled from beneath a corpse pile and begged in the name of the Emperor, Val shot him once through the forehead. Contamination presumed, he voxed. Logged, came Morn's answer. The Punishers learned quickly that the Doomsayers would not be baited by numbers, so they turned to sound. The screams began during the second day of the counter-offensive. They came over every open channel, through fortress speakers, guard vox beads, vehicle comms, even cracked shrine amplifiers in the valleys. Dark Hunters' serfs, taken during the fortress breaches, were being tortured inside a vox shrine somewhere in the lowlands. Their voices were layered with Punisher laughter and hymns to the warp. Men who had served Mor's Angnar since childhood begged their masters for rescue. Some called the names of brothers they had armed for centuries. Some recited armory codes through broken teeth. One old serf sang a chapter hymn, while something wet tore inside him. The Dark Hunters heard. Holder heard. His remaining hand closed into a fist. Source? Morn asked. A Doomsayer Auspex officer answered. Triangulating. Vox shrine beneath Manufactorum substructure. Enemy guard strength moderate. Prisoner signatures confirmed. Strike team? Asked Brother Captain Raylon. Unnecessary, Morn said. Load bunker buster. Fire. Holder turned toward him. There are loyal captives inside. Yes. They are ours. Yes. The missile launched from a whirlwind battery in the pass. It rose through ash, turned, and came down upon the Vox shrine with machine precision. The bunker buster punched through 3 layers of rockcrete before detonating. The broadcast ended in a single vast crack of static. Prisoners, torturers, Vox priests, guards, shrine machinery, and every screaming throat within were crushed, burned, and buried together. Morn looked to the Auspex officer. Status. Signal neutralized. Record. Holder stepped close enough that 2 Doomsayers turned their helms toward him. He did not care. You killed loyal servants of my chapter. Morn regarded him in silence. The Doomsayer captain's face showed neither anger nor contempt. That absence drew more rage from Holder than mockery could have done. They were prisoners under active enemy exploitation, Morn said. They were loyal. Loyalty does not make a man recoverable. Holder's voice lowered. You speak of men as though they are cargo spoiled by rot. No, Morn said. Cargo may be replaced. For a moment, Holder wanted to draw his blade. He imagined it in perfect detail, one-handed, up beneath the breastplate, through the soft seal. Futile, perhaps, but honest. Then the battlefield hololith behind Morn updated. The destruction of the Vox shrine had severed a Punisher coordination net. 3 cultist regiments in the southern trenches stalled without command. Shadowhawks were already descending on their exposed flank. Dark Sun's fire lines shifted to exploit the confusion. Brazen Fist's armor pushed through a gap that had not existed moments before. The Black Thor moved on. Halder hated that it worked. By nightfall, the glacial valleys ran red, not metaphorically. Meltwater carried blood from the high passes into the lowlands in sluggish streams. Fingers, teeth, spent shell casings, scraps of parchment, broken rosaries, blackened purity seals, shattered eye lenses, and strips of flayed skin drifted together beneath the smoke. Bodies thawed from snowbanks, only to be crushed beneath tank tracks. Cultist dead froze upright in barricades where Prometheum had burned them stiff. Traitor Astartes' corpses were left where they fell, unless their gene seed or armor held tactical value. The Doomsayers took no trophies. At the edge of the western battlefield, Lord Cravus the Nail-Crowned watched from the command deck of a moving siege shrine. Around him, Punisher officers argued over collapsing fronts and broken signals. Mortal priests screamed demands for more sacrifices. Warpsmiths cursed at engines crippled by melter strikes. Sorcerers bled from the eyes, their visions cut apart by disciplined void strikes and the sudden absence of officers they had expected to survive. Cravus silenced one argument by crushing a mortal commander's skull in his fist. The others fell quiet. He stared at the hololithic field. The Loyalists were not advancing like an army seeking ground. They were not fighting to reclaim cities, rescue populations, or drive him back by force of heroic assault. The brazen fists broke siege nodes. The Shadowhawks killed guns. The Dark Suns constricted trenches. Ash Mantle burned out cult seeds. Iron Psalm pinned the reserves. The Dark Hunters held the fortress heart. And the Doomsayers cut lines, landing zones, Vox shrines, warp icons, ammunition chains, command officers, retreat corridors, transport ships, bridges, tunnels. Every path in and out of Phobian was being marked, narrowed, or destroyed. Cravus understood then. The Doomsayers were not trying to defeat him in a campaign. They were building a kill box around the entire system. Retreat, reinforcement, and survival were being made into the same impossibility. For the first time since Phobian's sky had opened, Lord Cravus the Nail-Crowned felt something close to caution. Then, because he was a son of damnation and pride, was the oldest hook in every traitor's soul. He smiled behind his tusked helm. "Good," he said to the bleeding bridge. "Let the silent ones come closer." Outside, the valleys of Phobian steamed red beneath the guns of 7 chapters, and the dead flowed down from the mountains in pieces. Hive Canticum sang while it died. Its hymn was not music. It was pressure alarms, collapsing hab towers, Vox prayers cut into static, artillery impacts walking across its upper spires, and the long animal roar of millions learning that the Emperor's angels had not come to save them. The Hive rose from the lowland smog east of the Argahast Range, a mountainous city of iron, soot, stained glass, weapon stacks, manufactorum ribs, and shrine towers crowned in smoke. Its foundations plunged into the poisoned earth, its upper spires stabbed through the cloud shelf. Between those extremes lived the layered meat of imperial civilization: factorum workers, armsmen, indentured scribes, forge serfs, penal laborers, shrine keepers, corpse grinders, toll wardens, PDF garrison cohorts, noble retainers, and priests whose voices had grown hoarse preaching obedience to people born beneath chemical rain. For 8 days after the Punishers landed, Hive Canticum had held. Then its lower levels began to chant in the wrong language. The cults did not seize the Hive in one glorious uprising. They infected it. They opened sump gates, butchered overseers, cut the throats of munitorum tallymen, and nailed dead priests to ammunition lifts. They redirected manufactorum quotas through forged command seals. They loaded Punisher-marked shell casings into freight elevators, while loyal overseers still believed the ammunition was bound for the Argahast batteries. They turned the Hive's own labor rhythm against Phobian, cog by cog, shift by shift, until the manufactorum core was feeding the enemy siege. That was the fact Captain Acastian Morn cared about, not the millions still loyal in the middle hab belts, not the pleas from the upper shrines, not the authenticated PDF transmissions begging for a corridor through the transit spines. The Hive armed the enemy. Therefore the Hive had become a weapon. Weapons were either claimed or destroyed. Morn stood aboard the Doomsayer strike cruiser's Strategium, while Hive Canticum rotated beneath the hololith in layers of red, amber, and pale green. Red was confirmed corruption. Amber was suspected contamination. Green was loyal or unconfirmed. There was too little green to matter and too much red to save. Around him, the Doomsayers prepared without haste. The armory decks beneath the strategium opened their sealed vaults. Relic blades slept in stasis fields, each one held in a vertical cradle of black iron, their edges shimmering beneath frost vapor and machine-warding glyphs. They were not named for glory. Their plaques recorded function: breach execution, witch severance, armor denial, gene seed interdiction. Plasma weapons were removed from shock caskets and blessed by tech marines whose mechadendrites wrote Binharic prayers into the air. Their coils were tuned past safety strictures, overcharged until the housings glowed with a sick blue promise. Melter bombs were passed from red-robed artificers to battle brothers with the care of priests bearing saints' bones. Each charge had been anointed in machine oil and stamped with a kill authorization rune. Storm shields were taken from wall racks, their surfaces cratered by centuries of impacts, some still holding fragments of Xenos blades, traitor bolts, and shrapnel lodged in the ceramite like old teeth. In the Dreadnought Bay, sarcophagi stirred. Ancient Barast woke within his iron coffin to the sound of casualty projections being fed through his casket vox. The old warrior did not ask for hymns. He did not ask which banners would fly. His voice came out as a low growl of static and entombed wrath. "Estimate the enemy dead." A tech marine answered. "If the hive is purged by fire, enemy munitions output ceases within 1 hour. Civilian deaths exceed projected count limits. Projected loyal survival if hive remains active. Strategic collapse across 3 fronts within 2 days." Barast's sarcophagus lights darkened, then burned red. "Then the city is already dead." Morn heard the exchange over the command link and gave the order: "Purge Hive Canticum." No one repeated it in shock. No one asked for clarification. No one prayed for another path. The Doomsayers had long ago burned such luxuries out of themselves. Whirlwind artillery fired first from the broken ridges west of the hive. The missiles rose in black flocks, arcing over the smog plain, their warheads carrying promethium gels, incendiary compounds, and machine spirit hate. They struck the upper spires in a rolling storm. Shrine towers bloomed in orange fire. Noble galleries cracked and fell. Bell houses melted around their bells, the bronze running down the walls like blood. Transit bridges burst apart, dropping crowds, vehicles, servitors, and burning militia into the abyss between hab stacks. The upper hive screamed into the vox. "This is Canticum Spire Command. Authentication follows. We remain loyal. Repeat, we remain loyal. Request extraction corridor by air." A Doomsayer serf logged the code. Morn listened. Contamination level: unknown. Enemy signal traffic within adjacent stack. Cult militia moving through transit. Arteries below them. Extraction viability: low. Corridor compromise probable. Morn said nothing. The silence was answer enough. More missiles fell. Devastator squads deployed onto the ash flats and the lower transit causeways under cover of Razorback guns. Heavy bolters hammered into cult armored militia pouring from factory gates. The men had painted Imperial eagles over with blood and ash. Some still wore PDF armor. Some carried laser guns stamped with loyal Munitorum marks. Some had chains threaded through their cheeks and icons wired into their spines. They charged beneath tattered banners made from flayed overseers and scripture pages. The devastators cut them down. Heavy bolter fire burst them open in rows. Heads disappeared. Chests became red holes. Arms spun away, still clutching rifles. Lascannons speared stolen armored carriers and turned their crews into brief flashes of steam and shadow. Plasma cannons fired into the densest press of bodies, leaving glowing craters filled with fused bone, melted weapons, and fat bubbling across the rockcrete. Fleeing militia tried to break away from the kill lanes, and run into hab corridors where civilians were packed behind sealed doors. The Doomsayers did not let them. Assault Marines dropped onto the transit bridges with jump packs screaming. They landed amid smoke and panic, chainswords already revving, bolt pistols barking at armored targets. One Doomsayer drove his blade through 3 men in a single cut, the teeth snarling as they chewed through ribs and lungs. Another seized a militia officer by the throat, lifted him from the ground, and fired a bolt pistol through his face. The detonation sprayed brain and jawbone across a devotional mural. A third cut the bridge controls apart, severing the passage behind the fleeing masses. The bridge shuddered, locked down, and became a cage. From within the hive, priests begged over the vox. "Angels of the Emperor, hear us. We hold the reliquary of Saint Ordain. We have not bent the knee. We have burned the heretics at our own gates. Do not leave us to the furnace." A Doomsayer comms officer responded after authentication queries had confirmed the relic, the shrine seal, and the priestly chain of command. State contamination exposure. Smoke in the lower aisles. Enemy chanting beyond the crypt doors. We have wounded. We have children of noble households hidden in the vaults. We have sacred remains. State ability to deny relic to enemy. We cannot evacuate. We cannot fight another assault. We ask only for extraction by Thunderhawk. The comms officer looked to Morn. Morn did not look away from the hololith. Deny the relic. The officer transmitted, destroy sacred material by fire. Await judgment. The priest screamed then, not in fear at first, but in outrage, in disbelief that servants of the same throne could answer devotion with abandonment. The scream ended when artillery fire walked across the shrine district and the vox dissolved into static. The hive's industrial heart still beat. So the tech marines went below. They entered through coolant arteries and maintenance catacombs, while tactical squads held the approaches. Servo skulls skimmed ahead through steam thick with ash and blood. The tech marines spoke in clipped Binharic to reactor spirits older than the hive's current rulers. They found dormant fail-safe systems buried beneath layers of administratum neglect and forged superstition. They awakened them with code, threat, and sacred override. Cogitator locks screamed, reactor valves opened, plasma conduits redirected. The manufactorum core, built to produce ammunition, began to build heat. The hive's lower levels became an oven. Cultists in the manufactorum nave realized too late. Men who had been loading shells for the Punishers looked up as the walls began to glow. Ammunition belts cooked off. Conveyor chains snapped. Steam vents exploded and peeled workers down to bone. A Punisher overseer tried to rally them, raising a chain axe and bellowing promises of dark ascension. A plasma conduit burst above him. White fire poured down and turned him into a black statue that collapsed in chunks. Loyal citizens died beside heretics. That was the truth of Hive Canticum. There was no clean line in the smoke, no shining path through the damned to rescue the deserving. Men who had prayed faithfully every morning burned in Hab Cells 3, floors above cult shrines. PDF officers who had held their checkpoints to the last begged for extraction until their vox sets melted into their hands. Penal workers who had joined the cults died laughing beside overseers who had beaten them in the Emperor's name. Priests clutched relics until the relics became brands and their fingers fused around them. Servitors marched in circles through flames, repeating production quotas while their flesh components cooked inside iron frames. The Doomsayers watched the feeds and continued the operation. Reclusiarch Malachor Doom stood before a breach gate choked with smoke, Crozius in one fist, Skullhelm turned toward the burning hive. Around him, younger battle brothers waited in silence while refugees hammered at a sealed blast barrier below. The refugees had loyal authentication tags. Their palms slapped the glass. Their mouths shaped prayers the audio filters did not carry. One of the younger Doomsayers, Brother Caed, looked toward the Reclusiarch. Reclusiarch, They are unarmed. Malachor did not turn. So are plague spores. They invoke the Emperor. So do cowards. So do fools. So do the dying when nothing remains but sound. The refugees behind the barrier began to burn as heat rolled through the corridor beyond them. Their shadows thrashed against the armored glass. Malachor lifted his crozius. "The Emperor is not mercy," he said. "The Emperor is judgment. Mercy is the dream of men who have not watched worlds fall because one infected throat was allowed to keep breathing." The younger warrior said nothing. Malachor's voice lowered. "Pity is for the pure. We are not pure. We are necessary." The blast barrier buckled inward. Flame consumed the figures behind it. Their shapes vanished into black smoke. The Punishers tried to make a weapon of the massacre. Within the hour, their Vox shrines began broadcasting picked captures across every channel they could corrupt. Doomsayers cutting down fleeing militia, whirlwind missiles striking shrine towers, assault marines severing bridges packed with civilians, reactor fires swallowing Hab districts. The images were looped beneath the laughter of Punisher priests and the voice of Lord Cravus the Nail-Crowned. "See your angels, servants of the corpse. See how they love you. See how they save you. Kneel to the gods and live long enough to hate." Some Loyalist channels faltered. Guard formations already near breaking stared at the images on command slates. Dark Hunter's officers went silent. Even the Brazen Fists protested over the command net, their captain's voice tight with controlled fury. "Mourn. The enemy is using your purge to break Allied morale." Morn transmitted the casualty ledger to every Loyalist commander. It was not edited. It did not excuse. It did not glorify. Projected civilian dead. Confirmed cult strength. Enemy ammunition output before purge. Enemy ammunition output after purge. Number of Punisher artillery pieces silenced by deprivation. Number of siege engines halted due to munition failure. Number of loyal fronts preserved by the cessation of Hive Canticum's production. At the bottom, he added one sentence: "The Hive no longer arms the enemy." The Dark Hunters were sickened. Halder Venn stood in a field command bunker with his stump still bandaged beneath armor plating, reading the ledger while the picked feeds played and replayed. He wanted to hate Morn for it. He did hate him for it. Yet beyond the bunker slit, the war was changing. Cultist waves reached the loyal lines with fewer grenades. Punisher armor stalled with dry magazines. Siege guns that had hammered the Argahast passes fell silent one by one. The mortal horde still came, but more of them came with blades and fanaticism instead of shells and fuel. Billions across the system might survive because one hive had been sacrificed without hesitation. The arithmetic was obscene. It was also true. Later, in the ruins of a freight basilica outside Hive Canticum, Sergeant Caius Val brought a captured Punisher champion before Captain Morn. The traitor had been stripped of weapons and pinned in place by grav shackles. His armor was cracked open at the back, where Doomsayer tech marines had inserted data leeches into the machine's spirit. He was huge, tusked, and bleeding from a dozen wounds, but his laughter filled the chamber. "Loyal butchers," the champion rasped. "You hide behind necessity because you lack courage to call it joy. You burn your own and name it duty. You are cowards wearing the Emperor's bones." Morn stood before him. "Deployment codes." The traitor spat blood onto the floor. "Ask your silent machines. They have had their mouths in my armor long enough." A tech marine clicked in Binharik. Val received the confirmation rune. "Extracted," he said. The champion laughed harder. "Then kill me, little corpse angel. Take my skull. Hang it beside your empty heraldry. Pretend you have won something." Val drew his bolt pistol. There was no anger in the motion, no ceremony. He placed the muzzle beneath the traitor's chin and fired. The champion's head burst upward, spraying black blood, teeth, bone, and corrupted brain matter across the cracked wall. The body sagged in its shackles, twitching. The skull was not taken, No trophy chain received it. No oath was spoken over it. Val looked to a serf. "Remove waste." The corpse was dragged away by its heels, leaving a thick red-black smear across the dust. By the time Hive Canticum entered its final collapse, the whole eastern horizon had become flame. Its spires fell one after another, slow as dying giants. The manufactorum core overloaded beneath the city and turned the foundations into a furnace. Hab stacks folded inward. Shrine towers slid down through smoke. Ammunition vaults detonated in sequence, each explosion punching fire through a different district. The sound rolled across the lowlands like the laughter of an angry god. From orbit, the hive looked like a wound cauterized by fire, a continent-wide pyre, a black-red scar where a city had been. Captain Morn watched it from the strategium, hands clasped behind his back, face lit by the hololith's burning reflection. He showed no satisfaction, no grief, no triumph. Around him, casualty numbers updated, enemy supply chains broke, and loyal fronts stabilized by degrees purchased in screams. Reclusiarch Malachor stood beside him. "The necessary work is done," the chaplain said. Morn watched Hive Canticum collapse into itself. "No," he replied, "this work is never done." He turned from the burning city to the next red mark on the hololithic map. "Prepare the target."
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Interrogator militant Gethsemar Voss learned more from the blanks than from the ink. The archive beneath the dead moon gave him the aftermath of Phobian in fragments. Not history, not clean testimony, not the proud chronicle of a crusade. The record came to him as scorched parchment, cracked picked slates, corrupted Vox cylinders, Munitorum casualty abstracts, sealed interrogations, astropathic residue, and the clawing marginalia of frightened scribes who had written what they dared and hidden what they could not understand. The first Punisher War ended without ending. That was the shape of it in the files. The Punishers were driven from the Kargad system, their landing hulks shattered, their cult hosts burned out, their siege lines broken by the combined wrath of 7 chapters. The Dark Hunters survived, though survival was a cruel word for what remained of them. Mors Angnar stood, but its halls were gutted. Its reclusiam was blackened by flame and shellfire. Its gene seed vaults had been prepared for self-annihilation and only narrowly spared. Its armories were half empty. Its serf clans were butchered, contaminated, or burned in denial actions. Its honored dead had been torn from reliquary alcoves and trampled under traitor boots. The Imperium recorded victory. Voss had served long enough to know what that meant. Victory was a word stamped over invoices of the dead. He sat alone beneath a lumen strip that flickered like a failing star, the Doomsayers file open before him, his eyes dry from hours of reading. Servo skulls drifted through the stacks around him, their lenses clicking, their wax seals whispering against the stale air. One of them carried a sensor that had long ago burned out, yet still exhaled the smell of cold ash. Another bore a quill and hovered above his shoulder, waiting to record any sanctioned annotation. Voss made none. There was too much absence. After Phobian, other chapters left marks. The Brazen Fists were listed in siege commendations, their armored breakthroughs praised in clipped high Gothic. The Shadowhawks appeared in air war tallies and strike-kill confirmations. The Dark Suns were named in trench reclamation records. Ash Mantle and Iron Psalm remained obscure, yet even they cast shadows in the archive. A campaign sigil, a transmission fragment, a relic munitions request, a chaplain's oath. Something. The Doomsayers had nothing. No colors, no badge, no homeworld, no fortress monastery, no chapter master named in the rolls of witness, no honor banner registered after the war, no fallen brothers entered into the shared memorial tablets, no list of relics deployed, no petition for repair tithe, no request for serf replenishment, no claim of glory. Where other chapters had banners, the Doomsayers had deletion scars. Voss turned to the witness accounts. The first came from a guardsman of the Phobian 8th Rifles, one Corporal Darius Holt, executed 3 months after the campaign for striking an ecclesiarchy confessor during a ration riot. His testimony had been taken before execution by firing line. They were grey, the corporal had said. Ash grey, like the colour of a burned man after the fat has gone. I saw them by Hive Canticum, my lord. They walked through the smoke, and the fire did not care to touch them. No mark on them, no chapter badge, nothing. Just grey armour and red eye lenses. They shot our own when the lower habbers ran. I saw that. I saw it, and I kept firing because the cultists were behind the habbers, and the angels knew it before we did. The second account came from a priest, recovered from a collapsed shrine district, dying of lung burns and radiation sickness. His name had been Canon Prelate Orhan Vest, and his testimony was marked unreliable due to fever, blood loss, and exposure to warp litany. Bone white, the priest insisted. They were bone white beneath the filth. I saw one kneel in the nave after the flamers had cleansed it. He touched the ashes and spoke no prayer. No prayer. An angel of the Emperor, and he spoke no prayer. His armor was white as a skull, white as judgment. Then the smoke thickened, and when I looked again he was black. I do not know if it was soot or sin. The third came from a dark hunter's serf named Pellan, one of the few to survive Mors Angnar's inner breaches. He had lost both legs below the knee and most of his left hand. His statement was steady until he was asked to describe the Doomsayers. Black, he said, black under the blood. I cleaned armor for the Dark Hunters for 40 years. I know ceramite, I know paint, I know soot. Those warriors were black, but I never saw them clean. None of us did. They came coated in ash, blood, promethium grease, and pieces of other men. Perhaps they were grey, perhaps white, perhaps the colour had been scraped away by wars nobody records. I only know this. They did not look like brothers. They looked like ghosts who had forgotten what a living man was. The truth remained uncertain because nobody had seen them clean. Voss leaned back from the page and listened to the archive hum around him. No heraldry, no songs. The words formed in his mind without permission. He opened another sealed packet. This one contained a recovered doctrinal catechism, its provenance disputed, its authenticity marked probable, but not conclusive. The script was severe, undecorated, written in the clipped hand of a warrior who had never loved poetry. Glory distracts from judgment. Honor preserved becomes honor worshipped. Names invite vanity. Vanity invites hesitation. Hesitation preserves the condemned. The condemned multiply. Therefore erase the song. Therefore burn the banner. Therefore remember only the sentence. Voss read it twice. The Doomsayers did not simply fail to claim glory. If the catechism was true, they rejected it as contamination. Other chapters built statues so their brothers might remember the dead. The Doomsayers burned their dead and stripped the names from external record. Other chapters sang victory hymns in reclusiams, bright with candles and skulls. The Doomsayers sealed their triumphs in black files and let the Imperium misremember them. Other chapters carried honor scrolls into war. The Doomsayers carried execution categories. There were no statues of Morn, no reliquary containing Val's blade, no preserved shell casing from Barast's guns, not even a confirmed roll of the brothers who had died on Phobian. If they mourned, they did so where no archive could hear. Their fortress monastery remained absent from every index Voss searched. It might not exist. They might be fleet-based, their fortress carried in the bellies of strike cruisers with erased registries. They might dwell in a void bastion, hidden beyond compliant shipping lanes. They might have a homeworld buried beneath censure so deep that even the administratum had forgotten the shape of the lie. They might tithe recruits from prison moons, death worlds, penal fleets, or sealed war zones, and then erase the sources. Every possibility had the flavor of truth. None could be proven. The next vision was not from Phobian. It came from a black box recovered aboard a derelict training vessel, found decades after the war, drifting without power near a radiation grave. Most of the memory cores were dead. One survived. Voss activated it. The picked feed shuddered into being. A prison moon lay beneath a sky the color of bruised iron. Its surface was a maze of penal habs, chain yards, corpse pits, and basalt ridges scarred by mining drills. A cannibal uprising had gutted the main complex. Prisoners had eaten wardens, priests, medici adepts, and eventually one another. When the Doomsayers came, they did not rescue the wardens. They harvested the survivors. Male aspirants stood naked in the dust, ribs sharp beneath skin, mouths bloody, eyes hollow from hunger and weeks of murder. Boys, some nearly men, all marked by violence. Around them lay the remains of the uprising, half-chewed limbs, split skulls, barrels full of fingers, icons of the Emperor made from bones by those who had killed in his name and eaten afterward. Reclusiarch Malachor Doom walked before them in black armor, skull helm tucked beneath one arm. His face was gaunt, pale, and scarred down one cheek from brow to jaw. He carried his Crozius, as if it were not a symbol, but a verdict awaiting impact. "You survived," he said. The aspirants stared at him. "That is not virtue. Vermin survive, plague survives, treachery survives. Survival proves only that death was not thorough enough." One boy swayed. A Doomsayer neophyte handler struck him behind the knee with a shock maul. He fell, teeth hitting stone. No one helped him. Malachor continued. "You will be tested until survival becomes obedience. You will starve until hunger stops making you weak. You will be isolated until fear stops speaking with your voice. You will breathe poison until pain becomes weather. You will identify the dead by fragments of teeth and tendon, because one day the Emperor's work will leave nothing whole enough for names." The trials followed in broken images. Starvation cells barely large enough to kneel in. Hypoxia chambers, where aspirants clawed at iron walls, while lumen runes counted their panic. Pain conditioning racks where nerves were burned, frozen, cut, and awakened again. Corpse identification pits where boys were forced to sort remains by age, contamination, rank, and tactical value, while servo skulls whispered wrong answers to test their certainty. Live fire obedience drills, where an aspirant was ordered to seal a door on prisoners, begging for aid, because a target lay beyond them, and the timer allowed no rescue. One boy refused. He was not beaten. He was marked insufficient and removed. The picked feed did not show what happened after the removal. It did not need to. Malachor's voice returned over the images. A Doomsayer's first duty is to pronounce the end, not predict it. Prophecy is the weakness of those who wish to be surprised, not fear it. Fear is the tithe flesh pays to ignorance. Pronounce it. When you enter a war zone, you will decide what must die. You will decide before pleading begins, before witnesses weep, before innocence hides behind usefulness, before your own heart tries to speak treason in the language of pity. He stopped before the surviving aspirants. The Emperor did not build you to be kind. He built you to be necessary. The recording ended. Voss sat still for some time after that. He understood then, not fully, but enough. Mortis calculum. The words appeared across the next page in red ink. The death calculation. Every life assigned battlefield value. Every target ranked by contamination risk. Every rescue measured against strategic loss. Every round counted. Every delay costed. Every mercy interrogated for consequence. The chapter did not rage. It tabulated damnation. Their weapons were not expressions of preference, but components of doctrine. Melter weapons for denial, to make war material, armor, shrine. Engines, vaults, bridges, and gene theft impossible. Plasma for elite killing, for traitor champions, possessed plate, warp-smith constructs, and the monstrous arrogance of enemies who believed themselves too armored to die. flamers for purge work, for tunnels, hab stacks, plague nests, and crowds where guilt had become indistinguishable from proximity. Bolters for disciplined execution, each shell an answer to a specific threat. Terminators for decapitation, appearing inside command bunkers and ship shrines to kill the head before the body knew it was dying. Dreadnoughts for breach judgment, ancient dead walking into places living brothers could not endure. Thunderhawks for sudden annihilation, delivering wrath where the enemy believed distance still mattered. Orbital fire for final correction, when every lesser instrument had failed, or when mercy had become strategically obscene. Voss found a final attached testimony from a surviving Dark Hunter. The author's name had been partially burned away, but the seal confirmed chapter origin. The hand was strong, the ink dark, the words carved into the parchment with enough force to score the desk beneath. I fought beside the Doomsayers in the passes below Mors Angnar. Beside is the wrong word. We fought in the same war. That is closer to truth. They did not boast. They did not curse. They did not laugh when the traitors died. They did not mourn when loyal men burned. They did not offer brotherhood, though they bled in our defense. They did not ask thanks, though without them our chapter would have ended in its own reclusiam. Fighting beside them felt like fighting beside loyal ghosts. Not dead men, something worse. Men who had made themselves into the memory of death and called it duty. I hated them when they shelled our annex. I hated them when they killed our prisoners to silence enemy vox torture. I hated them when Hive Canticum burned. I hate them still. Yet when the Punishers broke, it was because the Doomsayers had made resistance arithmetic. They reduced the enemy until courage, madness, and hate no longer altered the sum. I pray never to see them again. I pray they come if we need them. Voss closed the testimony. The file's final Phobian records showed reconstruction. The Imperium rebuilt, because the Imperium always rebuilt, where useful stone remained beneath the dead. Administratum tithe engines descended upon the Kargad system before the last plague fires were out. Munitorum clerks counted surviving manufactoria. Tech priests assessed reactor cores. Ecclesiarchy confessors reconsecrated shrines whose floors were still sticky with old blood. Penal cohorts were imported to clear corpses from trenches. Men in grey masks shoveled bones into grinding carts. Cherubim sang over mass graves until their voice boxes failed. Mors Angnar stood scarred in the Argahast range. Its walls were repaired with darker stone. Its reclusiam was reconsecrated. Its hall of oaths received new names, though not enough to fill the absence. The Dark Hunters survived, but a chapter could survive and still carry a wound deep enough to change the shape of its soul. The Punishers were driven out, not destroyed. That was another blank in the triumphal record. The traitor warband escaped in fragments, mauled but living, their ships vanishing into warp storms and dead translation lanes. Lord Cravus's fate remained disputed. Some accounts swore he had fallen beneath orbital fire. Others claimed he was dragged wounded into a retreating hulk, his armor split, his hammer broken, his laughter still audible over corrupted vox. The archive gave no certainty. The Doomsayers vanished before the victory rites. No honor guard saw them depart. No banner was exchanged. No oath of brotherhood was carved into Mors Angnar's walls. No feast was held beneath the repaired vaults. No remembrancer painted their armor. No serf washed their plate clean and learned its true color. They left behind empty shell casings, burned corridors, sealed execution logs, ash fields, mass graves, and a Phobian winter thaw that ran red for months. Voss looked again at the file plate. Doomsayers, Adeptus Astartes, null heraldry, censure locked. He understood why the record had no song. Some victories could not be sung without making cowards of the living. Ras Hanem was a world dying by habit. Its oceans had become poison mirrors, flat and black beneath skies the color of old bruises. Its continents were salt deserts, shrine basins, cracked manufactorum plains, trench belts, and grave fields where entire generations had been buried in numbered pits, then forgotten when the numbers wore away. Its moon hung split above the night side, a pale corpse with a jagged wound through its center, shedding stone and dust into the upper void. Orbital debris circled the planet in rusted rings, the remains of pilgrim barges, defense monitors, refinery lifters, troop ships, and ancient wreckage from wars no living officer could name with certainty. The people of Ras Hanem had spent years digging. They had dug trench lines across continents until the world's skin looked infected. They had dug bunker cathedrals into salt ridges. They had dug shrine redoubts beneath statues of saints whose faces had been eroded by chemical winds. They had dug ammunition vaults, corpse pits, medici caves, prayer galleries, fallback tunnels, artillery wells, and execution yards. Every city had become a fortress. Every road had become a kill corridor. Every manufacturing district had steel shutters thick enough to stop light. Still, when the Punishers returned, the men of Ras Hanem learned that preparation was only another way to measure dread. Captain Jonah Kern of the Dark Hunters' 3rd Company stood atop the command bastion of St. Bastavar's line and watched the horizon drown beneath exhaust. He had not slept in 3 days. His armor was scored by shrapnel, its black surfaces grayed by salt dust and ash. His helm hung at his hip, one eye lens cracked from a shell burst that had killed 2 serfs beside him. His face was narrow, hard, and lined by the kind of exhaustion that could touch even an Adeptus Astartes when war became more than battle. His eyes were steady. That was what mortal commanders noticed first. Not his height, not his armor, not the bolter mag locked to his thigh. His eyes. They belonged to a warrior who had already chosen the cost and hated himself for agreeing to pay it. Below him, millions of men waited in the trenches. Imperial Guard regiments packed the forward belt so densely that some slept standing in mud, laser guns clutched to their chests, rebreathers crusted with salt and blood. PDF cohorts held the inner lines with older rifles, cracked flak armor, and flags stiff with dust. Tank regiments choked the horizon with exhaust, Lehman Russ engines growling in their revetments, hellhounds muttering Promethean prayers, basilisks crouched behind ridges with their long barrels lifted toward a sky already bruised by artillery smoke. Munitorum servitors dragged shell crates through the communication trenches. Priests moved among the men with censers and chains, blessing weapons, screaming hatred, pressing icons to cracked lips. Commissars stood at junction posts with bolt pistols drawn, their black coats snapping in the wind. The artillery had been firing since before dawn. Crews bled from the ears and kept loading. In the medici stations behind the 3rd line, men lay in rows without arms, without legs, without faces, their mouths working around prayers, curses, or nothing at all. Servo saws screamed. Orderlies slipped in blood. Limbless soldiers begged to be returned to the line because dying beneath a laser gun felt cleaner than waiting for the next barrage. A preacher with one eye and no lower jaw tapped the Imperial Creed against a metal tray with a broken finger until a medici servitor sedated him. Kern heard all of it through the command net. He also heard the silence between the guns. That was where the enemy lived. "My lord," said Colonel Hadrick Sorn of the Hanamite Guard, standing 3 paces behind him, face hidden behind a dust veil and officer's helm. "The alien has returned to the western conduit." Kerner did not turn. "Alone?" "With his witch guard. Our men are refusing to share the trench approach. Have the commissars restore discipline?" "They have. 7 executions. Then make it 8 if required." The colonel hesitated. He was a brave man. Ras Hanem had made cowards into corpses early, but his hatred of the Xenos had been bred into him by church, drill, nursery threat, and battlefield instinct. "My lord, with respect, the men watched the aliens pass through our lines as if invited." They were invited. Zorn swallowed. To bargain with them is death before the Inquisition. Kern looked down over the trenches, over the millions of men waiting to be ground into the salt, over the distant shrine city, whose spires would become pyres if the line broke. "Yes," he said. The colonel stared at him. Kern's voice remained controlled, formal, and burdened. "I did not choose purity. I chose time." The western conduit had once carried water from the dead oceans into the refinery basins. Now it served as a covered approach between the Dark Hunter's command bastion and a shrine complex older than imperial settlement. Its walls were carved with saints, seals, and litanies against the alien. A cruel irony, Kern thought, as he descended into the passage and found the Eldari waiting beneath those human prayers. They were beautiful, in the way a blade was beautiful. Farseer Elia Shah of Craftworld Kalor stood at the center of the conduit, tall and narrow, clad in rune-etched warplate, the color of winter twilight and old bone. His helm was crested, his face hidden, his witch staff held lightly in one hand. Around him stood male warriors with long rifles, curved blades, and stillness too complete to be mortal. They looked upon the trench filth, the human icons, the smoke-stained walls, and the blood underfoot with cold distaste. To the guard, they were devils. To the ecclesiarchy, abomination. To Kerner, they were a weapon he despised and required. "Captain Kerner," Elia Shah said. His voice was layered, soft, and precise, as though several possible futures spoke through him, and each one found mankind disappointing. "Farseer. The storm thickens. Your species names it weather. It is not weather. The warp? A wound being worried by clumsy hands. The punishers drag iron across fate and think sparks are prophecy. Speak plainly." The Eldari inclined his helm. It might have been amusement. It might have been contempt. With Xenos, Kern had learned, the difference was rarely useful. The artifact beneath the shrine city must not fall to the servants of thirsting madness. You require our sight. We require the path opened. That was the bargain. My men die because they see your warriors inside their lines. Your men die because they were born in an empire that spends them as sand. Kern's gauntlet tightened. Do not mistake necessity for fellowship. I never have. Elia Shah turned his helm toward the trench mouth, where distant artillery flashes lit the dust. You are not allies. You are necessary noise before the blade falls. Kern hated how easily the alien spoke truth without honor. Above them, the sky split. The Punishers came out of the warp inside a storm of sick red light. They did not return as they had been on Phobian. Centuries of hatred had refined them. Their ships translated behind curtains of demon scrap code that clawed at loyal Auspex spirits and made cogitators shriek in binary pain. Void mines drifted ahead of their fleet, disguised as debris, pilgrim wreckage, frozen bodies, and dead satellites until they awakened and crawled toward Imperial vessels with insectile engine bursts. Anti-teleportation wards flared across their capital ships and landing zones, cages of sorcery and stolen technology woven from iron pylons, flayed psychers, and bound machine spirits. Their hulls bore new trophies. Captured Loyalist gene seed hung in blasphemous reliquaries along their command shrines, each vial chained beneath inverted Aquilus and daubed in names stolen from fallen chapters. They remembered Phobian. They remembered the Doomsayers. They had come prepared to make the memory bleed. Across Ras Hanem, sleeper cells woke. Ammunition handlers turned on artillery crews. PDF Vox officers transmitted false retreat orders. Shrine wardens opened gates to cult knives. Medici servitors began injecting poison instead of coagulants, until orderlies smashed them apart with entrenching tools. In one trench sector, an entire penal battalion rose chanting from its dugouts and attacked the backs of the guard line with sharpened ration tins, stolen bayonets, and teeth filed into points. The first traitor landing wave fell beneath the warp storm. Drop hulks burned through the atmosphere, trailing green-black fire. Cultist landers broke apart under flak and still spilled men into the desert, thousands dying on impact, thousands more crawling from wrecks already singing. Traitor aircraft screamed low across the trenches, dropping chains of skull-marked bombs. Demon. Engines landed inside impact craters and began unfolding themselves, limbs tearing free from their own hull plating, faces in the metal howling through furnace smoke. The guard answered with everything. Basilisks fired until their breeches glowed. Earthshaker shells crossed the sky in murderous arcs and opened the desert in fountains of salt, flesh, and metal. Lehman Russ tanks rolled from their revetments, battle cannons roaring, hull weapons stitching last fire into advancing cult masses. Heavy bolter nests turned assault columns into twitching red heaps. Mortars thumped from trench pits. Autocannons hammered at demon engine joints. The air filled with exhaust, dust, blood mist, and the scream of men who could not hear themselves die because the guns had made the world deaf. The Eldari moved through it like murder given grace. Kalor jet bikes swept across the flank at impossible speed, bright lances cutting through Punisher armor columns before the traitors could adjust. Rangers appeared in collapsed shrine towers and killed cult demagogues with single shots through the eye. Aspect warriors struck from ruined conduits, blades flashing, bodies falling open around them. The guard watched Xenos fire save their trenches and spat curses through cracked lips as they reloaded. At the junction of Trench Ninefold, a squad of guardsmen refused to allow Eldari passage toward the western breach. "They are witches," one of them shouted. "By the throne, no alien passes behind us." The commissar beside them shot him through the head. The body dropped into the mud. The commissar raised his bolt pistol toward the next man. "Obedience is purity," he said. "Disobedience is treason. Choose your sacrament." The Eldari walked past without looking at the corpse. Priests screamed litanies against alien witchcraft from the parapets, even as Kalor fire cut down Chaos assault troops trying to scale those same walls. One priest held up a bronze aquila and howled that no Xenos hand could ever be clean. A Punisher sniper round took off the top of his skull before he finished. An Eldari ranger killed the sniper a heartbeat later. The priest's body fell backward into the trench, brains sliding down the aquila he had died holding. Kern fought from the command bastion until the bastion itself was hit. A shell punched through the upper gallery and filled the strategium with stone, shrapnel, and men's blood. Mortal officers died in pieces around the hololith. A Vox Savant was cut in half at the waist and continued trying to relay coordinates while his intestines steamed across the floor. Kern dragged himself from the rubble, helm sealed, one pauldron cracked, bolter already firing at cultists pouring through a breach in the lower wall. "Third Company," he voxed. "Hold the bastion heart. Guard elements fall back by trench claws Alpha through Sanctus. Execute any retreat without order." His Dark Hunters answered in the language of bolter fire. They held the breach with disciplined fury. Tactical squads fired in ranks. Devastators targeted demon engines. Assault brothers countercharged through smoke with chains wards screaming. Kern himself killed a Punisher legionary at the stairwell, first with 2 bolt rounds to the chest, then with his blade through the neck seal when the traitor kept moving. The heretic's blood splashed across his helm and hissed where it touched the warding oils. Then the astropaths died, not one by one, all at once. The choir tower behind the bastion erupted in blue-white flame. Its windows blew outward. Psychic screams rolled across the command net, so loud that mortal Vox operators clawed out their own ear implants. The astropathic choir had been trying to force a message through the warp storm, calling for reinforcements, calling for judgment, calling for any loyal blade that could still hear Ras Hanem over the laughter of the warp. Their deaths made a curtain in the Empyrean. Behind that curtain, the Doomsayers arrived, their fleet translated into real space late and without ceremony.
No triumph hymn crossed the void, no proclamation of brotherhood, no banner code unfurled across the loyal command net. Their ships emerged as black wounds behind the dying echo of the astropathic choir, hulls lightless, transponders sealed, guns already aligning. The Punisher void mines turned toward them and blossomed in coordinated clusters. Doomsayer point defense fire cut them
apart. A strike cruiser took 3 impacts along its prow and did not slow. Kern received their first message while standing ankle-deep in blood inside the cracked command bastion. He expected condemnation. He expected perhaps a demand for surrender of theater authority. He expected, in some bitter corner of his soul, the cold voice of Phobian's old ghost. The Vox clicked. Dark Hunter's command. Transmit all records of Xeno's contact. Kern closed his eyes for one breath. Around him, guard officers stared. Colonel Sorn crossed himself with a shaking hand. Outside, the war rolled closer under the warp storm, red lightning crawling across the clouds. Kern opened the channel. "This is Captain Jonah Kern of the Dark Hunters' 3rd Company. Identify." A pause. "Captain Acastian Morn, Doomsayers." Kern looked to the hololith. The Doomsayer vessels were already marking Punisher landing zones, cult concentrations, void mine clusters, and compromised Imperial sectors. Their silence had weight. Their delay had cost lives. Their arrival would cost more. "You are late," Kern said. "Correct. We are engaged in planetary collapse." Observed. The Xeno's contact was undertaken under strategic duress. Record it. Kern's jaw tightened. "You know why they are here. We know what you purchased. Then you know the alternative." Another pause. Across the bastion, a wounded Vox officer began weeping without sound. Morn's voice returned, flat and without pity. "Survival purchased with heresy still accrues debt." Kern looked out through the shattered bastion wall toward the western conduit, where Eldari tracer fire moved like pale knives through the storm. Beyond them, Punisher hordes advanced beneath warp lightning, and behind those hordes came traitor Astartes, carrying reliquaries of stolen Loyalist gene seed. Above, Doomsayer ships turned their guns upon the battlefield. Below, millions of men waited to die in trenches dug by their fathers. Every faction on Ras Hanam now stood in the same theater of war. The Dark Hunters, bound by honor and damned by necessity. The Guard and PDF, terrified of Xenos and traitor alike. The Eldari of Kalor, cold and precise, seeking an artifact older than mankind's claim to the world. The Doomsayers, loyal as iron and merciless as vacuum. The Punishers, howling out of the warp with centuries of hatred sharpened into strategy. The storm broke over the planet. Red lightning struck the salt flats. Punisher guns fired. Guard artillery answered. Eldari engines screamed through the dark. Doomsayer targeting runes descended over the hololith like falling knives. Kern lifted his bolter. "Then we pay after victory," he said. The planetary offensive began with the sky tearing open, and every army on Ras Hanam prepared to betray the others if necessity demanded it. The Eldari did not move like allies. They moved like warnings. From the command bastion of St. Bastavar's line, Captain Jonah Kern watched the western flank fracture and reform around flashes of alien movement. Kalor jet bikes cut across the salt storm in pale streaks, their engines barely touching the earth, bright lances firing in elegant silence before banking away from the return barrage. A Punisher armor column turned to pursue them, its corrupted predators and rhino hulls grinding through trenches already packed with dead guardsmen, and in doing so exposed its side armor to the guns of the Doomsayers. The Doomsayers fired immediately. They did not hail the Eldari. They did not acknowledge the maneuver. They did not request combined command sanction. From ridge emplacements and low-orbit firing solutions, they put Lascannon beams, crack missiles, and lance strikes into the exposed Punisher flank with such precision that the entire column died in sequence. The first tank's ammunition cooked off and lifted its turret into the air, trailing fire. The second split open along its engine block and vomited black smoke and burning crewmen into the salt. The third tried to reverse and crushed a line of its own cult infantry beneath its tracks before a melter strike turned the hull white, then orange, then liquid. The Eldari vanished into the dust before the wrecks finished burning. A Doomsayer target rune blinked from red to black on the hololith. "Enemy armor group neutralized," said one of Kern's mortal Vox. "Officers." Kern did not answer. He was looking at the secondary projection, where another Kalor force had drawn a Punisher assault host into the ruins of a pilgrim aqueduct. The Xenos had baited them with speed and arrogance, falling back just slowly enough to keep the heretics hungry. The Punishers followed, cultist mobs and traitor infantry surging between the broken arches, banners shaking, chain weapons raised. Then the Eldari slipped away through passages no human armor could enter. The Doomsayers shelled the aqueduct, not around it, into it. Orbital fire came down in white spears. The ancient stone vanished. Cultists, traitor soldiers, Eldari stragglers, wounded Imperial scouts, and whatever else remained beneath the arches were consumed in a storm of heat and falling masonry. The blast wave rolled across the outer trench lines and knocked mortal soldiers flat. Chunks of bone and rock rained down together. Colonel Hadrick Sorn swore under his breath. Kerner heard him. "My lord," Sorn said, voice thick with dust through his rebreather. The aliens were still inside the marked zone. "Yes." The Doomsayers fired anyway. "Yes." The colonel said nothing more, because there was nothing more to say. Kern opened the command link. "Mourn." The answer came after a breath of static. "Speak." "You are exploiting Xenos maneuvers." "Correct." "You refuse open coordination, yet make use of their sacrifices." "Correct." "Some of those sacrifices are not theirs to make." "Incorrect. Every force in this theater is already spent. We are deciding only where the expenditure matters." Kern's gauntlet tightened on the edge of the hololithic table. The table was cracked from shell impact, its brass rim slick where a dying savant had dragged himself across it hours before. "We are bound by oaths," Kern said. "You are bound by consequences. I will not allow this war to become a ledger that devours honor. It became that before we translated. You speak as though judgment absolves you of brotherhood. No, I speak as though brotherhood does not absolve you of judgment." The Vox clicked silent. Kern stared at the dead channel until the next barrage shook the bastion and dust fell from the ceiling in grey sheets. Outside, the Punishers unleashed their siege host. It came beneath a storm front of plague smoke and warp lightning, crawling across the trench continent like a moving city of rust, bone, iron, and flesh. Towers walked on chain-driven legs, their upper platforms crowded with dark priests and mutilated gunners. Corrupted battle tanks advanced in wedge formations, hulls swollen with demon growth, armor plates stitched with chains and flayed skin. Siege drills ground through the salt crust, emerging beneath forward trenches to vomit cult shock troops into the rear lines. Demon engines lumbered between the towers, their gun limbs firing shells that screamed with the voices of the men used to forge them. Millions advanced behind them. Cultists, traitor soldiers, enslaved labor levies, mutant packs, penal degenerates, warp-branded militia, and men who had once worn imperial uniforms before faith broke in their throats. They moved beneath banners made from skin and brass. They choked the horizon. They fell by the thousands under artillery and kept coming. Their dead became ramps. Their wounded became footing. The ground became meat under treads. The guard held until holding became another form of dying. Whole regiments vanished beneath artillery. One moment the Hanamite 17th occupied the forward redoubt, bayonets fixed, officers bellowing through loudhailers. The next moment, a Punisher shell pattern walked across them and left nothing but broken trench boards, torn greatcoats, boots with feet still inside them, and a red fog drifting low over the mud. Men drowned in shell craters, filled with blood and rainwater, their hands clawing at the slick sides, while more bodies fell on top of them. Laser guns fired from beneath piles of corpses until the men holding them suffocated. Commissars shot the fleeing until they ran out of pistol magazines. Then some drew swords. Then some used the pistols as clubs. One commissar stood at the mouth of a trench junction with his bolt pistol clicking empty, his coat torn open, one eye hanging down his cheek by a wet cord. He kept shouting execution orders until a cultist spear went through his throat and pinned him to the trench wall. A guardsman beside him screamed, raised the commissar's fallen pistol, and fired the last chambered round into his own mouth rather than be taken. Priests walked into machine gun fire, carrying relics above their heads. They did not reach the enemy. Heavy stubber rounds shredded them into ribbons of meat and cloth. Icons spun through the air. One priest's severed hand landed still clenched around a brass aquila, fingers twitching as if trying to bless the mud. Another was cut in half at the waist and dragged himself forward on his elbows, leaving loops of intestine behind him, chanting without lungs enough to make words. Kern watched sectors die. He ordered withdrawals where withdrawals remained possible. He ordered countercharges where delay mattered more than survival. He sent his dark hunters into breaches the guard could no longer hold, and his brothers killed as only the Adeptus Astartes could kill, bolters roaring from firing steps, chains wards chewing through traitor flesh, combat blades finding throat seals and weak joints. Yet even they could not be everywhere. Even angels of death were finite. The Doomsayers understood that better than anyone. They did not reinforce every line. They abandoned those already lost. Sector Calix fell silent after its command bunker was overrun. Its commander, General Ma, screamed for assistance across the command net. By the throne, we still have men alive in the lower claws. Send armor, send Astartes, send anything. Morn answered before Kerner could. Enemy density within sector exceeds recovery value. Withdraw adjacent forces. Ma's voice broke. There are 200,000 men in there. Not for long. Murderer. Correct, Morn said. Amos. The Doomsayers waited until the Punishers overcommitted. Their cult masses poured into Sector Calix, climbing through trenches and bunkers, dragging captured men out by the hair, raising icons above the command pits. Then the sky opened. Orbital lance fire carved through the sector in intersecting lines. Prometheum floods ignited from buried tanks, ruptured by precision strikes. Whirlwind incendiaries turned trench networks into rivers of flame. Men ran burning through the communication claws, loyal and traitor alike, their uniforms indistinguishable beneath fire. The Punisher advance in that sector ceased to exist. General Ma's channel never returned. Kern did not thank Morn. He could not condemn him either. Far to the south, a grounded Chaos lander had become the nerve center of the Punisher mortal host. It lay half-buried in a salt basin, vast as a cathedral, its engines dead, its hull split open and reinforced with bone scaffolds, its interior packed with cult commanders, vox priests, dark logisticians, and traitor heralds coordinating the siege waves. Sergeant Caius Val led the boarding action. His squad entered through a maintenance wound beneath the port engine. The corridor beyond was narrow, wet, and alive with heat. Auspex sweeps showed movement behind bulkheads, above them in crawl spaces, below in flooded cable trenches. Val raised one fist. His squad halted. No one spoke. Their helm displays painted the dark in runes of range, heat, and heartbeat density. Flash grenades first. White bursts filled the corridor ahead. Screams followed, mortal and inhuman. The Doomsayers advanced into the glare, bolters firing single disciplined shots. Cult commanders in stolen officer coats died before they understood the breach had been made. One lost the back of his skull across a cogitator bank. Another was cut in half by a bolter round that detonated inside his spine. A vox priest lurched forward with a bone wand and a mouth full of black sutures. Val shot him through the chest, then stepped over him as the body emptied itself across the deck. Flamers cleansed the side chambers. Men hiding behind ammunition crates burned where they crouched. Fire rolled through the compartments and came back greasy with fat smoke. A cult magister tried to crawl away with both legs blown off, dragging a bundle of code slates. Brother Kaid put a boot on his back, took the slates, and fired into the base of the man's skull. The round burst through his face and sprayed teeth across the corridor. The fighting became too close for formations. Warriors slipped on organs. Blood filled the grooves of the deck plating. Bodies jammed doorways. A Punisher officer in cracked power armor charged from the command nave, chain blade shrieking. Val ducked under the first swing, fired his bolt pistol into the traitor's knee joint, then drove a combat blade beneath the breastplate and twisted upward until the heretic's hearts burst against the blade. He let the corpse fall, only after using it as cover from stubber fire. The Lander's command shrine was taken in silence and flame. Val transmitted the recovered codes. Morn used them to misdirect 3 cultist armies into empty salt flats, where the guard artillery killed them from beyond sight. Near the western breach, Reclusiarch Malachor Doom found himself beneath the shadow of a demon engine. It had broken through a collapsed manufactorum causeway, a 6-limbed horror of brass, iron, and swollen flesh, its pilot screaming from within a transparent blister of hardened warped glass. Malachor's kill team had already spent its melter charge against a siege crawler. Their plasma gunner was dead. 2 brothers were wounded. The demon engine lowered a cannon limb toward them, barrel irising open like a diseased eye. A spear of witchlight cut through the machine's shoulder. Then another. The demon engine staggered. Eldari warriors emerged from the smoke with impossible grace. At their center stood a warlock of Kaelor, helm crested, blade in one hand, runes spinning around the other. He gestured, and the engine's next shot bent aside as if the air had turned to glass. Malachor charged. His crozier struck the damaged joint and burst the armor inward. His brothers fired into the wound. The engine collapsed, screaming, and Malachor crushed the pilot blister beneath his boot until the thing inside became paste. The Eldari warlock inclined his head. Malachor turned his skull helm toward him. "Your usefulness has delayed your extinction." The warlock's answer was soft, contemptuous, and cold. "Your species' mistakes delay for destiny." For a moment, bolt gun and witchblade faced one another across the steaming carcass of the demon engine. Then artillery began falling around them, and necessity drove both away from purity. Beneath the shrine city of Kadarval, the bargain reached its heart. The city had been built over ruins older than imperial settlement, older than the first human prayer spoken on Ras Hanem. Its upper levels were all Baroque devotion, statue avenues, reliquary walls, incense vents, and gun nests hidden behind saintly faces. Beneath them lay pre-imperial stone, smooth, pale, and wrong beneath human architecture. Lower still lay the Eldari chamber. Kern descended with a dark hunter's honor guard, Morn with Doomsayer terminators, and Elia Shah with his witch retinue. Above them, the shrine city shook under Punisher bombardment. Dust fell from the ceilings. Statues cracked. Bells rang without hands to move them. Every few moments the lights flickered and the walls groaned as if the city knew what had been buried beneath it and feared its awakening. The artifact rested inside a circular vault of white stone and black crystal. It was not large. That made it worse. A spearhead-shaped shard suspended within a lattice of wraithbone, glowing with pale inner light, surrounded by faint whispers that did not enter through the ears. Kern heard grief in it. Old grief, alien grief, souls caught in echo, not living, not free, not silent. The air around it tasted of frost and copper. Elia Shah approached with reverence that looked nothing like human prayer. "The soul echoes of Kaelor's dead," he said, "stolen before your kind named this world, buried beneath your shrines, forgotten by apes who build chapels atop graves and call it destiny. The Punishers want it for the warp fault, Kern said. They want to break it, open it, turn memory into a wound. If they succeed, Ras Hanem becomes a mouth. Morn raised his bolter. Then destroy it. Ilia Shah turned. Kern stepped between them. Lower the weapon. Morn's helm lenses fixed on him. You have allowed Xenos witchcraft beneath an imperial shrine world. You have bargained with aliens for strategic advantage. You now stand between an Adeptus Astartes and the destruction of a warp-capable artifact. I stand between necessity and stupidity. The Doomsayer Terminators shifted. Dark Hunters raised bolters. Eldari blades came up in the same. Smooth instant. The chamber filled with the sound of weapons charging. Kern drew his sword. Its edge glowed in the pale light of the artifact. Morn, he said, voice low, formal, and heavy with wrath. I will answer for this before the Inquisition if I live. I will answer before my chapter. I will answer before the Emperor when death takes me. But while I command here, this bargain stands. The artifact leaves Ras Hanem. The warp fault remains sealed. The Punishers are denied. Morn did not move. You speak of oaths. I do. I speak of consequences. Then calculate them honestly. Kill the Xenos now, and we lose their foresight, their speed, and their route through the shrine underways. Destroy the artifact improperly, and you may open the wound yourself. Fire on me, and the Dark Hunters answer. Fire on them, and the Eldari answer. The Punishers breach above us, while Loyalists butcher Loyalists in the dark. Is that your judgment? The chamber shook. Far above, something vast struck the shrine city wall. Stone screamed. Ilia Shah spoke softly. The dead grow impatient, Mon-Ki. Yours and mine. Morn kept his bolter raised. For several heartbeats, the Imperium held a blade to its own throat. Then Captain Acastian Morn lowered his weapon. Not from mercy, never from mercy, from calculation. Proceed, he said. Kern lowered his sword by a fraction. Morn stepped close enough that only Kerner could hear the next words across the private vox. The debt has doubled. Before Kerner could answer, the shrine city's western wall collapsed. The sound came down through stone like the roar of a dying world. Dust burst from every arch. Warning runes flared across helm displays. The vox filled with screaming from the upper defenders. Punisher assault horns bellowed through the ruins, deep and metallic, answered by the chanting of millions beyond the breach. The enemy had entered Kadar Val. Kerner turned toward the stairway, sword still in hand. Morn's bolter came up again, this time toward the sounds of the traitor host. Ilia Shah lifted the artifact in a cage of pale witchlight. Above them, the shrine city began to die. Ras Hanem entered its final agony beneath a sky the color of ruptured organs. The warp storm dragged itself across the heavens in coils of red lightning and black cloud, vomiting static into every vox channel, making Auspec's ghosts crawl across command slates and turning the poisoned daylight into a fever glare. Orbital bombardments fell through that infected sky in disciplined lines and mad spirals. Loyal lance strikes cut white scars into the shrine city of Kadar Val. Punisher macro shells came down like iron judgment, smashing basilica domes, hab blocks, trench fortresses, Medici catacombs, water towers, and pilgrim plazas into molten rubble. The air trembled with the sound of a world being beaten to death. Every faction committed itself at once. The Dark Hunters held the shrine core. Jonah Kern stood beneath the cracked reliquary vault of St. Kadar, with his sword in one hand and his bolter in the other, armor blackened by soot, helm lenses painted with the blood of traitors and loyal men alike. Around him, the surviving brothers of his third company formed hardpoints in the nave, apse, crypt mouths, and shattered transepts. Their bolters spoke in controlled volleys. Their chainswords screamed when the Punishers came too close. Their wounded locked themselves against broken columns and kept firing until ammunition ran dry or their hearts stopped. The Doomsayers struck through the city like cold knives. They did not hold lines unless the line mattered. They did not reinforce courage. They killed command. They moved through utility tunnels, crypt ducts, collapsed processional roads, and burned manufacturum arteries, marking Punisher officers, warp icons, ammunition shrines, sorcerer knots, and vox masters for death. Their armor bore no clean heraldry even now. Dust, blood, ash, and pulverized stone coated them until they looked like warriors carved from the battlefield itself. The Guard and PDF bled in the trenches. Millions of men fought beneath poisoned skies, where the rain fell grey and stank of metal. Tank columns stretched beyond sight, Lehman Russ squadrons grinding through corpse mud, Baneblade shadows moving like fortress beasts in the haze, Chimera transports burning with men trapped inside, hellhounds vomiting. Prometheum into assault waves until their fuel lines ruptured and turned the crews into candles. Artillery districts fired so continuously that the ground beneath the guns cracked from recoil. Crews went deaf, then blind from smoke, then died when ammunition cooked off, only for replacement crews to climb over their torn bodies and keep loading. The Eldari cut through hidden routes. Elia Shah of Kalor moved beneath Kadar Val, with the artifact held in a cage of pale witchlight, his male warlocks and warriors around him, every step guided by foresight and contempt. They passed through pre-imperial passages that human builders had walled over with shrines and lies. Where Punisher kill teams waited, Eldari blades opened throats before alarms could sound. Where demon wards pulsed, warlocks bent their runes and walked through screaming air. They fought not for mankind, not for Ras Hanem, not for the Emperor, but for the soul echoes whispering within the artifact, and for futures where the warp fault did not become a mouth. The Punishers threw everything into vengeance. Their new warlord came beneath a banner made from the stitched skins of Loyalist captains. Garok's vein was not Kravus reborn, though his hatred had the same taste. He wore Terminator plates swollen by mutation and Warforged cruelty, its plates layered in black iron, flayed parchment, brass fangs, and cracked Loyalist heraldry nailed upside down. Captured gene seed vials hung across his chest in little reliquary cages, each one filled with cloudy fluid and dead promise. His helm was crowned with broken halo fragments taken from Imperial Saints' statues. In one gauntlet, he carried a chain cleaver longer than a mortal man. In the other, a combi bolter, whose muzzle had been carved into the shape of a screaming angel. His voice rolled over every corrupted channel in Ras Hanem. Do you understand yet, sons of the corpse? I do not need this world whole. I do not need its cities kneeling. I do not need its people alive. I need you to win badly enough that your masters cannot stomach the shape of victory. Kern heard him through layers of static, while a dark hunter apothecary dragged the progenoid glands from a dying brother 10 paces away. The warrior had no legs left. His abdomen was open, organs glistening beneath cracked plate, but he gripped the apothecary's wrist and tried to speak the chapter oath through blood. Garox laughed across the Vox. Bargain with Xenos, burn loyal men, slaughter the compromised, shell your own trenches, let the Inquisition come with quills and blades, let them weigh your necessity against their fear. Chaos wins when loyalty and damnation wear the same face. Captain Morn heard the same broadcast from a shattered command chapel where Doomsayer tech marines had turned a saint's reliquary into a targeting station. The stained glass above him showed the Emperor enthroned in gold. Every pane was cracked. Every face in the glass had been made monstrous by smoke. Reclusiarch Malachor stood beside him, Crozius wet with brain matter and black blood. The trap is named, Malachor said. Morn looked down at the hololithic map. Punisher command nodes pulsed across the city and trench continent. Warp icons burned like infected stars. Ammunition cathedrals fed the siege host. sorcerer circles widened the fault beneath the shrine city. Garok's Vane's location flickered through false returns and scrap-code ghosts. "If a trap contains the enemy," Morn said, "spring it with both hands." He opened the Doomsayer command link. "Operation Grave Sermon. Execute." 13 minutes. That was all the Doomsayers gave themselves. At the first minute, orbital Auspex knives cut through the storm and marked the Punisher command shrines. Thunderhawks screamed through flak and demon fire, their hulls shaking apart under impacts, assault ramps dropping before they had fully landed. Doomsayer squads disembarked into shrapnel and smoke, bolters raised, flamers igniting, plasma coils burning blue-hot. At the second minute, Devastator fire erased the western Vox Tower. Heavy bolter rounds chewed through its priest crew, and the cultists chained to its support braces. A Lascanon beam speared the demon transmitter at its heart. The tower folded, spilling bodies and brass machinery into the street. At the third minute, melter teams reached the first ammunition cathedral. It had once been a pilgrim granary. Now it held shells, fuel, and human sacrifices daubed in targeting runes. The Doomsayers set charges without speaking. When the cathedral detonated, the blast lifted an entire district in a ring of flame. Men on both sides were reduced to shadows burned onto stone. At the fourth minute, sorcerer circles beneath the shrine vaults died. Doomsayer Terminators teleported into one chamber despite the Punisher wards, losing 2 brothers to a translation failure that fused them screaming into the wall. The survivors opened fire before the sorcerers finished turning. Storm bolters filled the chamber with detonations. A witch priest came apart from spine to sternum, his warp fire guttering out as his lungs hit the floor. At the 5th minute, Ancient Barast reached the breach of the Iron Processional. The corridor was wide enough for tanks and choked with traitor Terminators. Their armor scraped the walls. Their chain fists threw sparks. Their combi bolters hammered against Barast's sarcophagus until cracks opened across the old iron. The dreadnought stepped into them anyway. "I am Barast," he growled. "I was interred after the killing of Dyranth. I have counted 8,712 condemned lives since waking." His Lascanon took the first traitor through the chest and burned through 2 more behind him. His siege claw crushed the helm of another, pulping the skull inside until blood jetted from the neck seal. A chain fist bit into Barast's sarcophagus. Another tore open his left side. The ancient body within, shriveled and pale, was exposed in a cradle of cables, preserved flesh twitching beneath sacred fluids. The Punishers roared at the sight. Barast did not scream. 8,713, he said as he crushed one. 8,714. A traitor power fist punched through his sarcophagus and broke the ancient body inside. Fluid burst across the corridor. Barast's voice became static, then iron. Final correction authorized. His reactor detonated. The Iron Processional became a sun. Traitor Terminators, cult elites, demon-bound servitors, and the dreadnought himself vanished in white fire. The corridor's ceiling collapsed. The blast rolled through adjacent halls and turned Chaos elites into vapor, bone ash, and fused armor slag. When the fire died, nothing of ancient Barast remained but a crater, glowing metal, and one cracked sarcophagus plate embedded in the wall like a gravestone without a name. At the 6th minute, Sergeant Caius Val entered the reliquary vault. A Punisher champion waited there amid shattered Saint bones and broken glass. He was huge, bare-headed, scalp tattooed with blasphemies, teeth filed into black points. His armor was crimson and iron, his chain axe dripping with the remains of a dark hunter serf. "Doomsayer," the champion spat. "Silent little executioner. Do you know what awaits you? No songs, no feasts, no gods, only a corpse throne and brothers who will not remember your name." Val advanced. The champion laughed and charged. Their weapons met once. The chain axe struck Val's shoulder and bit deep, showering sparks and ceramite chips. Val stepped in rather than away. His boot smashed into the champion's knee joint. The joint broke backward with a crack that cut through the roar of battle. The traitor fell to one knee, still laughing, still raising his axe. Val caught the haft, drove his combat blade under the gorget, and twisted. The champion's words became a wet choke. Blood filled his helm collar, bubbling out over Val's gauntlet. Val held the blade there until the traitor's heart stopped hammering against it. Then he withdrew the knife, let the corpse fall among the shattered relics, and moved on without taking the skull. At the 7th minute, guard artillery shifted to the coordinates stolen from Val's earlier boarding strike. Earthshaker shells struck Punisher reserve columns beyond sight. Entire armies died without ever seeing the enemy that killed them. The horizon jumped with fire. Tank commanders reported secondary explosions spreading across ammunition trains. The Punisher siege host began to stutter. At the 8th minute, Eldari warriors opened the hidden routes beneath Kadar Val. Elir Shah reached the warp fault chamber, where black light leaked through the stone like blood through bandages. The artifact sang in his hands, not with sound, but with grief. Kern stood at the chamber mouth with the Dark Hunters, holding back a wave of cult shock troops, trying to reach the Farseer. At the 9th minute, Morn arrived. He did not arrive alone. Doomsayers came with him through the falling dust, firing as they moved. They killed anything that threatened the operation. Cultists were blown open. Traitor Astartes were cut down at the knees and executed through the helm. A wounded PDF officer, madness in his eyes and a grenade clutched in his hands, stumbled toward the artifact, screaming that no Xenos could be permitted to leave. Morn shot him through the chest before Kerner could speak. The grenade detonated beneath the corpse and tore 2 nearby cultists apart. Kern turned on him. He was loyal. He was obstruction. "We will answer for every corpse you make here." "Yes," Morn said, firing past him into a charging Punisher. "Continue defending the bargain." Kern hated him in that instant. Then he stood beside him. Dark Hunter and Doomsayer fought shoulder to shoulder at the artifact chamber, and the chamber became a throat clogged with the dead. Kern's sword opened a traitor from hip to shoulder. Morn's bolter blew the face off a cult preacher whose tongue had become a nest of worms. Kern parried a chain blade meant for Morn's neck. Morn shot a demon-touched guardsman before it could stab Kerner through the back. Neither thanked the other. Neither needed to. Behind them, Elir Shah began the sealing. The Farseer spoke in a language that made mortal blood run cold. His warlocks answered. Runes turned in the air. The artifact opened like an eye. Soul echoes poured from it in pale threads, circling the warp fault, binding it, calming it, stitching its edges closed with alien grief. The Punishers screamed through the walls as the wound began to die. At the 10th minute, Garrock's Vein entered the outer vault. He killed 3 Dark Hunters in his first charge. One he cut in half. One he crushed beneath his boot until the warrior's helm burst. One he seized by the throat and used as a shield against Doomsayer fire, laughing as bolt rounds detonated in the dying brother's back. "Here you are," Garrox roared. "The condemned, the compromised, the righteous liars. Let me wear your shame." Morn did not answer with a challenge. He gave coordinates. Grav charges placed earlier in the vault supports detonated in sequence. The ceiling above Garrox collapsed, not completely, but precisely enough. Stone slabs slammed down onto the Punisher warlord, pinning his legs and one arm beneath tons of sacred masonry. His bodyguard surged forward to free him. Doomsayer plasma fire met them. The bodyguard burned. Blue-white blasts punched through Terminator plate, boiled flesh inside armor, and turned veterans of the Long War into spasming silhouettes. One tried to crawl with his lower body gone, hands dragging him through his own cooked organs. A second staggered without a head, armor systems firing blind until a Lascannon beam cut him apart. Garrock strained beneath the masonry, laughing, cursing, promising gods and ruin. "This is your victory? No duel, no honor, no blade in the heart? Morn walked closer, bolter raised. Kern stood beside him, sword low, breathing hard. Blood ran from a crack in his helm. Around them, Doomsayers formed a firing line. "No," Morn said, "this is correction." They fired. Sustained bolter fire hammered Garrock's vein into ruin. His armor twitched beneath the impacts. Plates split. Meat burst through broken seams. His helm cracked, then caved, then vanished under detonations. The captured gene seed vials across his chest shattered one by one, their contents boiling away in the heat. The warlord's laughter became a wet gurgle, then a buzzing static, then nothing. When the firing stopped, Garrock's vein was a twitching shell full of pulverized meat and broken arrogance. At the 11th minute, Elia Shah sealed the warp fault. The chamber exhaled. The pressure in the air vanished so suddenly that mortal men collapsed, vomiting blood and black phlegm. The pale threads withdrew into the artifact. The whispers quieted. The wound beneath Ras Hanem closed, not healed, but denied. The Farseer turned to Kerner. "The bargain is fulfilled." Kerner lowered his sword by a fraction. "Take it and go." Morn's helm turned. Kern did not look at him. "I gave my word." Elire. Shah inclined his head, the gesture too alien to be gratitude and too precise to be mockery. "Then your doom will at least have shape." The Eldari departed through the hidden routes with their artifact, swift and silent, leaving mankind to its victory, its dead, and its coming judgment. At the 12th minute, Operation Grave Sermon completed its final strike. The last Punisher Command icon died under orbital fire. The last ammunition cathedral detonated. The last Sorcerer Circle was drowned in promethium. Across Ras Hanem, the Punisher offensive collapsed. Cult masses continued to attack, but without command, they became frothing meat. Traitor armor withdrew in disorder and was hunted by Shadowhawk strikes and Guard artillery. Surviving Punisher ships in orbit broke formation under Doomsayer torpedoes and Dark Hunter boarding actions. The warp storm weakened, grumbling like a denied beast. At the 13th minute, Morn ordered pursuit. By the time the guns fell into exhausted intervals, Ras Hanem belonged to the Imperium again. Nothing felt saved. The shrine city of Kadar Val burned from foundation to spire. Its streets were rivers of blood, ash, promethium, and powdered stone. Hive blocks across the equatorial belt had been reduced to molten skeletons. Tank columns lay broken in the salt, their crews cooked inside armor that still bore purity seals. Millions of soldiers were dead in trenches that had lost all shape beneath shelling. Billions of civilians across the world were dead, missing, contaminated, buried, burned, starved, or marked for later investigation. The oceans remained poison. The moon remained cracked. The air tasted of metal, corpse smoke, and accusation. The Punishers were broken again. Not ended. Never ended. Kern stood in the artifact chamber after the Eldari had gone, listening to the distant guns and the closer sound of wounded men being executed when Medici triage found no use in saving them. Captain Morn stood nearby, unreadable behind his blood-streaked helm. "You will report the bargain," Morn said. "Yes. You will be taken. Likely. You preserved the world." Kern looked at the sealed stone where the warp fault had been. "No," he said. "I preserved its corpse." Morn regarded him for a moment. "Corpses still deny the enemy." Kern almost laughed. He did not have enough innocence left for it. Above Ras Hanem, Imperial victory signals crawled through the wounded void. Below, funeral pyres began before the battle fires had died, and somewhere beyond the range of loyal guns, the last Punisher ships fled into the warp, carrying hatred, memory, and the knowledge that even victory could be made to taste like damnation. The victory rites were prepared before the fires had finished eating the dead. That was the way of the Imperium. Men built altars atop ash, because waiting for clean stone would mean admitting that no stone was clean. The surviving priests of Ras Hanem dragged reliquaries from collapsed basilicas and set them upon ammunition crates. They hung smoke-blackened aquilas from shattered hab gantries. They ordered incense burned in streets where the air already stank of promethium, corpse fat, and chemical rain. They summoned choirs from those whose throats had not been ruined by dust or screaming. They demanded bells be rung from towers with no bells left, and when no bells answered, they ordered shell casings struck with trench knives until the metal rang like dull, wounded chimes. The remaining commanders expected ceremony. Colonel Hadric Sorn had his best surviving coat brushed clean of salt dust and blood, though one sleeve remained stiff where another man's brain matter had dried into the fabric. The PDF marshals gathered beneath torn banners, faces grey with exhaustion, boots sinking into mud that had once been men. Guard officers rehearsed casualty reports no one wished to hear. Ecclesiarchy confessors prepared words about sacrifice, endurance, and the Emperor's grace. Munitorum adepts arrived with wax tablets already stamped with victory seals, ready to fit the living and the dead into columns. They waited for Captain Jonah Kern of the Dark Hunters to stand before them. They waited for the Doomsayers to accept honor. Instead, the audits began. The first sign was the silence of the Vox. "Do not broadcast devotional address," came the order from Doomsayer Command. "Maintain all channels for evidentiary review, no data purge, no tactical slate destruction, no shrine record alteration, no unauthorized confession rites." Then came the serfs. Doomsayer chapter serfs moved through command bunkers in black robes and sealed rebreathers, accompanied by servo skulls, Lex mechanics, armed neophyte handlers, and battle brothers, whose bolters remained loaded. They did not ask permission from guard officers. They did not kneel to priests. They did not salute mortal banners. They entered strategiums, medici stations, trench command posts, shrine crypts, PDF armories, astropathic ruins, noble shelters, and munitorum data stacks with writs already sealed and weapons already raised. They collected everything: Vox logs, helmet-picked captures, Auspex returns, Eldari contact transcripts, artillery authorizations, withdrawal orders, execution records, desertion tallies, lists of units exposed to cult broadcasts, lists of units saved by Xenos maneuvers, lists of officers who had seen the artifact, lists of priests who had condemned the bargain, lists of priests who had prayed for Xenos fire support when their shrines were overrun, lists of PDF cohorts that had broken, lists of PDF cohorts that had held too long and therefore become contaminated by proximity. Every order issued by Jonah Kern was copied. Every correction was copied. Every hesitation was copied. Every instance in which a loyal man had been sacrificed for strategic advantage was copied, authenticated, cross-marked, and sealed. Captain Morn did not attend the first attempted victory rite. He stood in the gutted command chapel of Kadar Val while Tech Marines dissected the war. The chapel's statues had lost their faces to shelling. St. Bones lay mixed with traitor teeth beneath shattered glass. The air trembled with the moan of data engines being awakened from beneath rubble. Morn watched the hololith rebuild the final battle in pale light, replaying lines of death with pitiless accuracy. Here the Eldari had opened the hidden route. Here Kerner had granted passage. Here the Doomsayers had fired upon compromised loyal sectors. Here the guard had broken. Here commissars had restored order with bolt pistols. Here Punisher cults had infiltrated the Medici chain. Here the artifact had been surrendered to the Xenos. Reclusiarch Malachor Doom stood beside him, skull helm hanging from one hand, his Crozius planted against the cracked floor. "The living want songs," Malachor said. "The living want absolution," Morn replied. "They will receive neither from us." No. Outside the chapel, the post-war purges spread across Ras Hanem. They began in the districts marked red. Cult-tainted hab stacks were sealed from the outside. Doomsayer flamers entered through the lower access ways, and Prometheum climbed level by level, room by room, throat by throat. Men hammered at plasteel shutters and screamed imperial prayers through melting vox grills. Some were cultists, some were loyal citizens trapped in poisoned proximity. Some had hidden for days beneath floors while the Punishers passed above them. The flames did not sort them by intention. The Doomsayers already had. In Trenchbelt Solkar, 3 guard regiments were disarmed under Lasegun and Bolter Watch. Their officers protested that they had held against the Punishers for 9 days. The Doomsayer audit showed exposure to demon scrap code, high desertion contamination, and command degradation after false retreat orders. The men were stripped of weapons, marched into artillery pits, and shot in batches by their own surviving commissars, while Doomsayer serfs counted bodies. The commissars were executed afterward for failing to detect the initial contamination. In the palace district of Varan Salt, noble houses that had negotiated evacuation passage with Punisher sleeper agents were dragged from their underground vaults. Their patriarchs still wore gilded respirators and jewel-studded gloves. Some protested loyalty. Some offered coin. One recited a charter older than the current sector governor. The Doomsayers hung them from their own palace walls, not by rope, but by chains driven through shoulder and thigh, so that they bled for hours above the crowd. Their household guards were shot. Their scribes were interrogated. Their vaults were burned after useful records were removed. In the Basilica of the Seven Wounds, priests who had preached surrender to spare the reliquary district were sealed inside with the congregation that had followed them. The local ecclesiarchy protested so loudly that one confessor struck a Doomsayer serf with a brass icon. Brother Sergeant Caius Val broke the confessor's arm at the elbow, took the icon, and ordered the doors welded shut. The flamers began after the outer seals cooled. The violence was not a riot. That made it worse. It was bureaucratic, ritualized, and terrifying. Every execution was logged. Every corpse was counted. Every identity seal was scanned if the face remained. Every contaminated relic was destroyed beneath witness, no matter how loudly the ecclesiarchy pleaded. Chalices were melted. Bones were burned. Prayer books that had lain within range of warp rites were fed into sanctified incinerators. Gene seed recovery was performed under armed guard, apothecaries removing progenoid glands from fallen dark hunters and doomsayers, while servitors chanted purity sequences and chaplains watched for any sign of taint. Mortal men began to understand that the war had not ended when the Punishers broke. The war had merely turned inward. Interrogator militant Gethsemar Voss read the accounts centuries later beneath the dead moon, his eyes aching in the lumen gloom, and felt the cold shape of the lesson settle around him. The Doomsayers endured because they did not stop at victory. Other imperial forces were slowed by honor, politics, grief, pride, reputation, pleading, old alliances, noble patronage, ecclesiarchy outrage, and the mortal need to believe that suffering meant something. A guard general could hesitate because the men in the condemned trench had served beneath him for years. A priest could protest because relics were more real to him than casualty projections. A chapter could mourn its serfs. A governor could bargain. A commissar could be blind to courage becoming contamination because courage looked too much like virtue. The Doomsayers were slowed only by ammunition, fuel, and the limits of their bodies. That was their horror. That was their strength. Voss turned another page and found the first appearance of the phrase used by surviving guardsmen, the Emperor's bad omen. It began in the Hanamite trenches as a whisper passed from bunker to bunker by men who had seen the unmarked Astartes arrive too late and act too coldly. Not because the Doomsayers lost wars. They did not. Not because they were cowards. None who saw them fight could say that and remain honest. Not because they lacked loyalty. Their loyalty was so absolute it seemed to have crushed everything human from it. They were called a bad omen because their arrival meant the Imperium had already decided what survival would cost. A Doomsayer on the field meant some cities would not be rescued. Some loyal men would be burned. Some truths would be recorded in ledgers and presented to the Inquisition like blades laid upon an altar. Some officers would live long enough to regret victory. Some worlds would be saved only in the technical sense, as a corpse is saved from being eaten when it is burned first. Voss found a recovered sermon from Reclusiarch Malachor, delivered to Doomsayer neophytes in a ruined undercroft after the Ras Hanem purges. The audio was distorted, but the words survived. You will be thanked by those who do not understand. You will be cursed by those who do. Accept neither. Gratitude is a leash. Hatred is a mirror. We are not sent to comfort the loyal, nor to frighten the faithless, nor to make poets out of massacre. We do not come to rescue. We come to conclude. Voss paused over that line. We do not come to rescue. We come to conclude. There it was. Not prophecy, not prediction, not the muttering of doom before battle. The Doomsayers did not foresee the end like frightened astropaths or mad saints. They delivered it. They arrived when possibility had narrowed to a blade's edge and chose what would be cut away. Their name was not a warning of what might happen. It was a promise of what they would make happen. The Inquisition arrived above Ras Hanem during the ash storms. Their black ships cut through the poisoned cloud and descended without music. Stormtroopers disembarked in sealed armor. Interrogators entered the shrine city beneath banners of the Rosette. Servitors carried evidence caskets. Cherubim flew with incense burners to mask the stink of mass death. Behind them came Inquisitor Halvek, younger then, but already. More iron than mercy, his cloak snapping in the hot wind. Captain Jonah Kern awaited them in the remains of the artifact chamber. He had not attempted flight. He had not hidden the records. His armor had been repaired only enough for dignity. The cracked sword at his hip still bore traces of Xeno's light where it had guarded the bargain. Around him stood the last officers of the Dark Hunter's Third Company, grim and silent, their hatred restrained by oath. Morn entered after the Inquisitor. He carried a sealed ledger bound in black metal, necessary heresies committed under strategic duress. The title had been engraved without flourish. Halvek took it from him. "Do you accuse Captain Kern?" the Inquisitor asked. Morn's answer was immediate. "The ledger contains event record, tactical context, Xenos contact, consequence chain, and survival projection. That is not an answer. It is the only useful answer." Halvek looked at Kerner. "And you, Captain?" Kerner removed his helm. His face was cut, bruised, and hollow with exhaustion, but his eyes remained steady. "I bargained with the Eldari of Kalor. I granted them passage. I allowed them to remove the artifact. I did so to prevent the Punishers from opening the warp fault and condemning Ras Hanem entirely." "You confess?" "I report." A faint smile touched Halvek's augmetic side. "Careful distinction. Necessary one." The Inquisitor turned to Morn again. "You do not defend him?" "No." "You do not condemn him?" "No." "Why?" Morn looked toward the sealed stone where the fault had been. "Judgment belongs to your office. Consequence belongs to all of us." The ledger passed into inquisitorial custody. Voss, reading centuries later, understood why the Doomsayers were hated in secret. Not merely because they killed the compromised, not merely because they abandoned the unrecoverable, because they remembered everything useful and forgave nothing. They turned necessity into evidence. They stripped victory of its excuses and left commanders standing naked before the cost. Kern was ordered to surrender his weapons. He did so without hesitation. Before the stormtroopers placed the restraint seals upon him, he looked to Morn. "Tell me one thing, Doomsayer." Morn waited. "Do you believe yourselves pure?" For the first time in the record, the silence around Morn felt almost alive. Then he answered, "No." Kern studied him. "Then what are you?" Morn's voice was flat, cold, and without pride. "We believe ourselves spent correctly." Kern nodded once, as though the answer had confirmed something he had feared and respected in equal measure. Then may the Emperor count better than we do. The restraint seals closed around his wrists. He was taken from Ras Hanem aboard an inquisitorial vessel and returned to Phobian to answer for what he had done. The records after that became thinner, more sealed, more careful. His fate was not given in the open file. Only the custody transfer remained, stamped, countersigned, and cold. The Doomsayers left Ras Hanem without ceremony. No honor guard watched them depart. No choir sang them into the void. No banner was exchanged with the Dark Hunters. No priest blessed their ships. No general thanked them where witnesses might hear. Their thunderhawks rose from ash plains and broken shrines. Their strike cruisers gathered above the wounded world, with hulls still scarred by void mines and lance fire. Their transponders remained sealed. Their guns remained warm. Behind them, victory markers were planted in mud filled with limbs. Ash storms moved through roofless cities. Mass graves opened by the thousands. The surviving priests began rewriting sermons before the bodies cooled. The administratum began reducing billions of deaths into columns. The munitorum revised supply estimates. The ecclesiarchy prepared public rites that would not mention Xenos bargains, loyal purges, or the artifact beneath Kadarval. The Inquisition sealed what it needed, burned what it disliked, and preserved what might be useful later. Imperial records began changing before the last Doomsayer ship entered the warp. Voss imagined them leaving, black vessels without song, sliding into the wound light of translation, carrying no trophies the Imperium would praise and no remorse it would understand. They had saved Ras Hanem. They had condemned pieces of it. They had delivered victory in a form no sane man wished to remember. The warp took them in silence. The ash kept falling. Interrogator militant Gethsemar Voss did not close the Doomsayer's file when he finished reading. He kept his hands upon the black adamantine plates and listened to the archive breathe. The dead moon above him had no wind, yet the vault seemed to exhale through its vents with the patience of a tomb. Lumen strips guttered overhead, casting long strips of jaundiced light across iron lecterns, sealed reliquary engines, chained codices, cracked pict slates, and vox cylinders wrapped in prayer wire. Servo skulls drifted through the aisles in slow circles, their lenses bright, their teeth clicking faintly as their machine spirits muttered cataloguing canticles. Somewhere in the darkness, a parchment roll unspooled by itself, with the dry whisper of old skin. Voss understood now. The Doomsayers had not vanished from Imperial memory because they were weak. They had not been ignored because they were irrelevant. They had not been forgotten by accident, buried beneath the glorious names of more famous chapters by the slow decay of administratum incompetence. They had been hidden because the Imperium could not sing about what they did without hearing itself confess. Their victories were too ugly to celebrate. He drew a blank sheet of sanctioned vellum toward him and began compiling the facts as the file allowed them to exist. Loyalist Adeptus Astartes chapter. Origin unknown. Founding unknown. Gene line unknown. Homeworld unknown. Fortress monastery unknown. Heraldry unknown. Colors unknown. Chapter badge unknown. Chapter master unknown. Confirmed participation in the First Punisher War in the Kargad system. Confirmed association with the Dark Hunters, the Brazen Fists, the Dark Suns, the Shadowhawks, and other allied chapters during the breaking of the Punishers from Phobian. Confirmed participation in the Second Punisher War upon Ras Hanem. Confirmed operational contact with Captain Jonah Kern of the Dark Hunters 3rd Company. Confirmed presence during the recovery and removal of an ancient Eldari artifact by forces of Craftworld Kalor. Confirmed compliance with inquisitorial review. Confirmed loyalty. The last line sat on the vellum like a blade. Confirmed loyalty. Not mercy, not honor, not nobility. Loyalty. The distinction mattered because the Imperium was a machine that had outlived its purpose and called the grinding of its gears faith. A merciful chapter might save a city and doom a sector through pity. An honourable chapter might hold a gate long after the wider war required withdrawal. A noble chapter might refuse a necessary atrocity and leave it for lesser men to commit later, badly, too late, and with more dead. The Doomsayers did not permit themselves such luxuries. They were a chapter-shaped absence in imperial memory, not a legend, not a banner, an absence, the space where a song should have been. Voss turned to the last sealed record in the file. Its wax had been black once, but age and heat had turned it the color of dried blood. The seal bore no chapter mark, only the empty circle again, the symbol that was not a symbol, the heraldry of refusal. He broke it with his thumb. A picked slate lay inside, cracked along one corner, its casing fused with ash and grains of battlefield glass. The attached report had no world name. The theatre designation had been scraped out by acid. The enemy classification was missing. Even the date had been reduced to a range so broad as to be useless. The file permitted only one truth. Recovered battle record. Doomsayer kill team. Location withheld. Voss activated it. The image resolved in grey static and fire. Ash fell so thickly it resembled snow. The ground was a slope of corpses rising toward a broken ridgeline. A mountain not of earth, but of dead men. Cultists, perhaps. Traitor soldiers, perhaps. The feed gave no heraldry clear enough to judge. Bodies lay split, burned, crushed, twisted into shapes that no living spine could remember. Some had died crawling upward. Some had died clawing at their own throats. Some had been cut in half and frozen in the act of reaching for weapons. Faces burst open by bolt fire stared at the sky with eyes boiled white. Intestines looped across the stones like cables. Hands stuck from the corpse pile in hundreds, fingers bent in final. Prayers to whatever had failed them. Bolt of fire hammered through the ash. A Doomsayer stood atop the mound. His armor was unmarked, its color hidden beneath soot and arterial spray. One pauldron was cracked open. His left greave was gone below the knee, the exposed bionic frame sparking with each step. A chain blade hung broken at his hip, its teeth clogged with gristle. His bolter fired one round at a time into shapes moving at the edge of the ash storm. Every shot found something living and ended it. Around him, 3 other Doomsayers lay dead or dying. One had been opened from throat to pelvis, organs glistening across his armor, yet his gauntlet still gripped a spent pistol. Another was fused to a fallen standard pole by heat, his helm turned toward the sky. The third crawled without legs, dragging himself toward a wounded enemy officer whose body was pinned beneath corpses. The Doomsayer reached him, took him by the faceplate, and crushed until the helm collapsed inward with a wet crack. The standing warrior opened a vox channel. His voice was distorted by damage and blood in the grill. Orbital correction. My position. Full lance pattern. A pause. The reply was inaudible, swallowed by interference. The Doomsayer turned his helm toward the unseen sky. Enemy command remains beneath this elevation. Friendly recovery is irrelevant. Execute. Something huge came through the ash storm then. The picked slate did not show enough to identify it. A demon engine, a Xenos war beast, a traitor engine of war, a nightmare made of iron. It climbed the corpse mountain toward him, limbs tearing bodies apart for purchase, its mouth or muzzle opening in a roar that bent the vox into shrieking static. The Doomsayer reloaded, slowly, carefully. He fired until the first lance strike came down. White light erased the ridge. The picked slate died. Voss sat in the darkness with the after-image burned into his eyes. Not courage as a remembrancer would paint it. Not glory. Not sacrifice offered with clean hands beneath a golden aquila. It had been an equation completed by a warrior who had included himself among the expendable terms. He searched the accompanying armory reference. Most of it had been destroyed, but enough remained. Relic tactical dreadnought armor, number withheld. Ancient dreadnought sarcophagi, occupants unnamed, strike cruisers, registries erased, Thunderhawk gunships, hull codes sealed, kill teams trained for purge warfare, decapitation assaults, gene seed denial, contamination containment, civilian interdiction, and terminal extraction. Melter charges listed under denial categories, plasma weapons listed under elite termination categories, flamers listed under organic purge categories, bolters listed under disciplined execution categories, orbital lance authority listed under final correction, no honor names, no blade called Wrath of Saint this or Martyr's Flame of that, no bolter sanctified by a battle hymn and chained beneath a stained glass memorial, no storm shield with a saga, no dreadnought name carved for pilgrims to whisper. Their weapons were not trophies, not icons of chapter pride, not relics for adoration. They were tools of conclusion. That made them more frightening than famous chapters. Famous chapters carried expectations. The Ultramarines carried order. The Imperial Fists carried endurance. The Space Wolves carried saga and fury. The Blood Angels carried beauty chained to thirst. The Dark Angels carried secrecy like a second suit of armor. Even lesser-known chapters arrived trailing some scent of myth, some pattern of behavior the Imperium could understand and fear in familiar ways. The Doomsayers carried outcome. When they arrived, somebody's war was about to end. The ending did not care who deserved better. The archive doors opened behind him. Voss did not turn at once. He knew the sound of Inquisitor Lord Halvek's cane by now, the dry tap of authority upon stone. Servo skulls drifted aside. The air grew colder, though that may only have been imagination, or dread wearing the mask of temperature. Halvek stopped beside the lectern. "You have read enough." "Yes, my lord." "Then speak." Voss looked down at the vellum before him, at the list of known facts surrounded by more unknowns than any sane archive should permit. "Open the archive, seal it, or destroy it," Halvek said. "Those are the 3 recommendations available to you." Voss finally turned. The Inquisitor Lord's augmetic eye glowed green in the dim. His flesh eye, older and more tired, watched with greater cruelty. "If opened," Voss said, "the record becomes poison. Commanders will fear requesting aid. Priests will denounce what they cannot afford to lose. Rival authorities will seek leverage. The Doomsayers' usefulness will be blunted by politics, superstition, and outrage. Continue. If destroyed, we blind ourselves willingly. We lose patterns of deployment, doctrinal understanding, precedent for apocalyptic intervention, and warning of what their arrival means. The Imperium cannot afford truth, but it also cannot afford ignorance." Halvek's bionic fingers clicked softly around the head of his cane. Recommendation: maintain censure. Preserve access only for those authorized to request apocalyptic aid or judge the consequences after such aid has been rendered. The file should remain sealed, not buried. Available, not known. Halvek regarded him for a long moment. "Why?" Voss looked back at the Doomsayers file. "Because they win wars other commanders cannot stomach." The archive seemed to listen. "And because," Voss continued, "they understand the oldest secret of the Imperium." Halvek's smile was a thin cut in an old face. "Name it." Voss spoke the words and felt no relief in them. Survival in the 41st millennium is often just atrocity with the correct seal. For the first time since Voss had entered the archive, Halvek laughed. It was not a kind sound. "Good," the Inquisitor Lord said. "You may yet live long enough to become dangerous." He took the vellum from Voss and read the recommendation without further comment. Then he placed his signet upon the lower edge and pressed hard. The rosette mark sank into the fibers. Blood-red wax followed, dropped from a servo skull's candle mouth. Another secret was born into lawful darkness. The Doomsayers' file was chained shut once more. The locks closed one by one. Voss expected the chamber to feel lighter after that. It did not. The file had not released him. It had simply taught him where the weight belonged. As Halvek turned away, the reliquary engine beside the lectern flickered again. No one had activated it. The cracked glass shivered. The dead astropath's skull within the green fluid opened its jaw by a fraction, though the flesh had long ago rotted away. Static crawled across the nearest pict screen. A final image formed, dim and unstable. Perhaps memory, perhaps warning, perhaps nothing more than corrupted machinery vomiting up the last thing it had feared. 7 unmarked Astartes walked through fire. Their armor bore no readable color beneath the ash and blood. Their weapons were raised, but not in triumph. Behind them, mortal soldiers knelt in the mud, not only in gratitude, but in terror. Some made the sign of the Aquila with shaking hands. Some wept. Some stared as if they had survived the enemy, only to behold the price of being saved. Ahead of the 7, traitors ran. Not advanced, not charged. Ran. Cultists threw down icons and scrambled over the dead. A heretic officer looked back once and stumbled, his courage cut away by the sight of silent, loyal angels walking toward him without haste. A wounded traitor Astartes dragged himself through flame, one arm gone, helm split, trying to crawl away from the figures coming through the burning world. The lead Doomsayer raised his bolter. The image froze there. 7 warriors between the saved and the condemned. No banners, no songs, only the sentence. Then the screen went black. Voss stood in the archive beneath the dead moon and understood why nobody talked about the Doomsayers. To praise them would require remembering what their salvation looked like. To condemn them would require admitting how often the Imperium needed them. To name them too loudly would invite questions that no priest, governor, general, or inquisitor wanted asked where common men might hear. There were chapters who inspired hope. There were chapters who embodied honor. There were chapters whose names were carved into fortress gates and sung by dying men. And then there were the Doomsayers, the loyal angels nobody praised, because praise required survivors willing to remember what salvation looked like.